Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue our playthrough of Outer Wilds. So briefly, a recap of what this game is about. You play a character who is an astronaut. They are a member of a race of people that have only just managed to reach the point of achieving space travel. They're travelling about within their own solar system. Despite that, they've done extremely well and have extremely robust and reliable spaceships. And they've discovered that there was another civilization in this solar system that appears to have died out some time ago. Your species comes from a planet called Timberhearth, and you're the Hearthians or Hearthians. And the civilization that appears to have died out are the Nomai. Now, we know that the Nomai came to this solar system from another solar system. They were searching for a signal that they identified, which apparently resembled an eye in some way. I'm not sure how a signal can resemble a physical object, but still, apparently it does. And it apparently predated the universe, so far as they could tell, which seemed very strange to them. Their understanding of science at that point precluded that possibility. So of course they came to look. They crashed in the solar system on a planet called Dark Bramble. 3 escape pods were launched. 2 of them made it. 1 of them got stuck on Dark Bramble, and that group, as far as we're aware, well, they didn't make it. On Dark Bramble there was also their spaceship, the big spaceship that they originally came to the solar system on. I believe they called it the Vessel, which is still there as well, so there's an escape pod and the Vessel there. Anyway, long story short, time's looping around, and after a certain period of time is up, the star in this solar system keeps going supernova, and then another time loop begins. Also, if we die, time loops. We know that we somehow bonded with some sort of statue that the Nomai had built, called a memory statue. We have reason to believe they were messing around with time travel to some degree, and so we suspect that the Nomai had something to do with the time looping, and quite possibly had something to do with the star going supernova, although we're not as confident about that. And we have no idea why they died out, because if they were capable of looping time over and over again, why would we find their bodies everywhere? My point being, it's if they were trying, if they were responsible for the time loop, and that they were trying to ensure something could be achieved, effectively within infinite time, well then they would have either achieved it or given up. Like, why are all the Nomai dead? We don't know. We do know that they were still searching for the Eye of the Universe. We know that every device they created to try and detect the location of the Eye of the Universe failed to do its job, and that ultimately they then resorted to a strategy where they were sending probes out to physically find the Eye of the Universe, but they realised that the amount of time it would take to achieve that was so great that they then, we believe they set up a time loop so that this probe would go off and it would then report back to the station whether it found the eye or not within a certain period of time, and if it didn't, time would just loop around again. And then, because the station seemed to use this same memory statue technology as apparently is bound to the main character, the station itself, well, technically it's a different station, but they're all linked through some sort of network. The station could remember that which coordinates had been searched already, and so then next beginning of the next time loop, the station would move, and then it would search the next point, and so on and so forth. We have managed to we've very recently discovered that the station has successfully found the Eye of the Universe, so it would seem, and we know what the coordinates of it are, although currently we have no way to go there. But that still doesn't explain why all the Nomai are dead. Because again, if they were constantly looping time over and over again, wouldn't they not age? You'd think? So why are they all dead? And also, it's quite clear from the writings that the Nomai left behind that when they were on Timberhearth, there was no other intelligent species capable of spaceflight there. They predicted that something intelligent might evolve over time, but that's all. So it seems like at least hundreds of thousands of years have passed. I say that because we have some records that directly indicate that time's been looping for hundreds of thousands of years. More likely millions of years has passed for our species to evolve, and yet the station has apparently been caught in some time loop the entire time, but the whole solar system hasn't been looping round, even though... Because if evolution took place, time clearly has been advancing on our planet, and yet our planet right now is caught in a time loop. Point is, this is all... There's a lot of open questions. We don't really understand what's going on yet. Anyway, that was only supposed to be a quick recap. That's where we are in the game. We've explored lots of different places, and I cannot begin to recap everything we've seen and done because there is so much of it. All I'll say is currently I'm trying to land on the Quantum Moon. This is a celestial body which apparently orbits multiple planets, and if you don't look at it, then it can change its position. I think it's clearly the idea has been inspired from quantum mechanics, and the fact that like the position of an electron isn't fixed until you observe it, or that sort of thinking, just on a very large scale. Mechanically, it means that if I were to turn away from the Quantum Moon right now, it would almost certainly disappear and reappear somewhere else. I have to continuously maintain a watch on it to keep it still. The other thing is we know that we have to land on the south pole of the Quantum Moon or it won't succeed. The landing attempt won't succeed. And we know that at its north pole a shrine is supposed to appear. Here's the thing. Despite many attempts at the end of last stream to cause the shrine to appear, we aren't told how to make the shrine appear, just that it will appear sometimes. It never appeared, and so we were unable to land on the Quantum Moon. And if you try and land on the Quantum Moon when it's not ready, the Quantum Moon will just disappear. So we're still stuck on this one. It feels almost like there's another bit of vital information we need to be told about the Quantum Moon, which we haven't been yet. But, you know, I'm just working off the information I have. So we'll probably have a few more attempts at landing on the Quantum Moon, and if that goes nowhere, then I suppose beginning of next time loop, I'll just pick something else to do. That we've got in the ship's log, which also seems to persist between time loops. That doesn't make much in-world sense. I think that's just there for gameplay purposes. It just makes it a better game if the ship has a persistent log. The ship's log has loads of leads that we haven't chased up, so there's that. Anyway, let's get into it. So we don't actually know what is the North Pole of the Quantum Moon unless this shrine appears. There's nothing... The thing is, North and South Poles, I believe, are defined by magnetism. And of course we have no idea what the magnetic properties of the Quantum Moon are. So all I can do is just go around it searching for this shrine that's supposed to be there, which I do not see. So I guess we'll try and land. Unless, could it be that I'm supposed to wait here long enough for the shrine to appear? I don't know. I hadn't considered that before, but if that is the case, I'd have to wait here a very long time, because when searching the moon before, we've taken our time. I'm going to assume that that's not it, and we'll just try and land, and the moon will disappear, and then we'll find it again. Yeah, there we go. It's disappeared. There it is again. Let's go over there and hope that the shrine's there. Not a lot else we can do. We do have this handy dandy autopilot that I've not been using at all until now, which I should probably try to use a bit more. Yeah, no sign of any shrine, is there? Not that I can see anyway. So we'll force it to reset again. Alright, where's it gone? Oh, over this way apparently. I didn't even see it. Maybe it's on the other side of Dark Bramble. Oh, I see it now. As long as I... keep my sights on the Quantum Moon, we should be fine. Wow, that's really close to Dark Bramble, so close we might crash into Dark Bramble if we're not careful. By we should be fine, I mean it won't disappear. Anyone see any shrine? I don't. So, no luck yet. It is almost as though there's something else to do, isn't it? Huh, I really cannot see where that quantum moon's gone. It's nowhere to be seen. Oh, it's back there again. Huh. It must have gone somewhere else and then returned, I guess. I don't see how else that makes any sense. Now, is the autopilot going to be clever enough not to let us crash into another planet? I think not. But it's worth testing. Yep, it's not that clever. Unfortunately, we've lost the quantum moon as a result. Is that the quantum moon? Yes. We do need to be careful here. It's going to crash us into the planet again, isn't it? Oh, I'm fighting the autopilot. That's why that wasn't working. Oh no, I'm going to crash. Nope, we bounced off the top. Unfortunately, I think the quantum moon got away as a result. Yes, it does rather seem like that, doesn't it? Oh, it's back. And it's not too far away either. Oh, trying to go round, because the autopilot would have caused me to crash. I still have the quantum moon in my sights. Oh no. Interesting that the crack in the windshield of the ship, I don't know what the proper name would be, viewing window. The crack will also distort the UI, not just the image of things on the other side. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think we're doing it. No. And we've lost sight of it. And it's gone. Just our luck. Where'd it go? Quantum Moon, where are you? really... Oh, is that it? That might have been it, but if it was, it just disappeared. That's it, isn't it? I was toggling the headlights instead of toggling the autopilot. Slightly embarrassing. Good, we're here. Right, it's the shrine here. Any evidence of a shrine? Not that I can see. So I'm gonna try and land anywhere and it won't work. There we go. Yeah, no luck. Let's look for leads. So there's more to be discovered. Oh, is there? No, I was looking at the wrong symbol. There's more to be discovered on Statue Island. We knew that, but there's ghost matter in our way, and we don't know how to get through ghost matter yet. There's more to be discovered on the vessel. More to be discovered at the Sunless City. I do feel like one of the main things that is limiting us right now is our inability to get past ghost matter. More to be discovered at the construction yard. Interesting that there's more at the statue workshop, actually. I thought that wasn't a very large area, and I thought we did thoroughly look at it. I'll tell you what, I'll have us dive into the sun to reset, and then we'll head to the statue workshop and see what we can find. Oh, that reminds me, there's a bug, which I think is an OBS, which is triggered by this game. Whenever time resets, for some reason OBS stops recording the game window. I've no idea why. This is the only game that seems to trigger it that I know of. But the solution is you need to cause the game window to lose and regain focus, and then OBS will realise. So I just have to remember to do that. There we go. At the start of each time loop, or all you'll see is a blank, well, an almost blank window. You'll have the loading symbol in the bottom right, but that's it. Right, let's head to the statue workshop. We've been there before, so I should be able to mark it. It's not that we couldn't go there if it wasn't marked, it's just makes my life ever so slightly easier. Oh, did I mark the wrong one? Because it's on autopilot, I can just leave the ship to do as it will. Which is a rare treat. Because as I say, I hadn't been using the autopilot very much at all up till now. What was the mask thingamabob? I am confused. Did I want Statue Island? No. Statue Workshop, that's the one. Right, let's head over there and see what we missed. Oh, that autopilot's jolly good, isn't it? I could spend all that time looking at the ship's log and I didn't have to worry too much about the anything going wrong with the ship. I wouldn't say I didn't have to worry about it at all, because as we've already established, the autopilot does not take into account other objects in space, so it's very easy to crash. I think the Statue Workshop's on the other side of the planet by the looks of it. So we'll just head over there. Excellent. Now we have been in here before, but my recollection was that by far the easiest... Wait, what's going on? Oh, there's current there. I was going to say, my recollection was to get in there, the most straightforward way is from underneath. There we go. Blimey. Let's try and land here. There we go, not the most graceful landing, but we're here. Right. Put the spacesuit on and we'll have a look around again. Wait, what? Oh, we're in space. That's what went wrong. That's probably not done the ship an awful lot of good. Well, good thing it floats, somehow. It's a fast way out if we need it. Yeah, so the islands on this planet get periodically launched into space by giant tornado-like structures. And so that's what just happened there. That's why the physics was all weird. I'm gonna have to go around the long way. There we go. I didn't realise there was a drop there. Clearly not paying enough attention. Yeah. Right. Now I think we've read most of this before, but... Oh yeah, we discovered this statue really... Sorry, this illustration really early on. That appears to be a Nomai, who I assume is just supposed to represent any old person. They seem to be connecting to one of the memory statues, which we connected to, which then connects to a mask. That would be as part of the Ash Twin project. Which then connects back to the Nomai, and we think that's how our memory is being made persistent. Oh, I'll tell you what I bet it is, the undiscovered stuff on here. It wasn't till embarrassingly late in the game that I realised you can scroll through multiple messages here. I probably read this first message, but then didn't read any of the subsequent ones, and I bet it's got important information. Hang on, I'm just looking for my list of Nomai names. I have actually 3 pages of Nomai names now. Well, not full pages, 2 full pages and 1 almost empty page. There's a lot of Nomai, it would seem. Right, so I'm guessing they're going to be on this page. The first one, yes, Yarrow and Phlox. Yarrow, would you kindly step back so Daz is closest to the statue? When pairing, the statue will choose whoever is in closest proximity. See how its eyes have opened? That tells us the statue is paired with Daz. Now, no matter where he is in this star system, Daz's statue will record his memories and send them to the Ash Twin Project. This is extraordinary sculpting work, Phlox. He has outdone himself again, hasn't he? And now that we have our first successful pairing, we can test my memory storage prototype. Each statue will send a single Nomai's memories to his own storage unit within Ash Twin. Each storage unit will be equipped with a mask, the statue's counterpart, which will be able to send those stored memories back to the corresponding Nomai. Ship log updated. So out of curiosity, is that the only stuff we were missing here? Or is there more here to see that I haven't seen? Right, that appears to be all I was missing. We may as well head to the construction yard. I'd be surprised if there's much there that's incredibly useful. How do I get out? There we go. I'd be surprised if there's much that's incredibly useful unless it's behind the ghost matter, which we couldn't get through before. But since it's so nearby, yeah, it's on about the opposite side of this planet, it would seem. Since it's so nearby, let's have a look. I think this was the first planet we actually properly explored, now I think about it. Oh, it's this one. I actually had this confused with a different location. Interesting. Oh, actually. Let's try and land properly. Oh, that's why I'm having so much trouble. The engines have been broken. I think. I don't think they're firing properly. Oh well, we landed anyway. And I can use this opportunity to repair them quickly. Oh, that was just part of the hull that was damaged. Maybe that wasn't the problem then. Well, either way, it's repaired now. Let's head on in. This could be the same problem. There could be some text here which I only read the first page of. I'd have fully read any text like this though, any text in a scroll, I'd have thought, unless I completely missed the scroll. This is it. We've finished building the final orbital probe cannon module and are ready to send it into orbit around Giant's Deep for assembly. To all my friends here at the construction yard, my gratitude for your tireless work. I had given up hope, but I truly believe this cannon may actually succeed where many other attempts have not. If I know my brother, Avans, and his spouse will want to launch the probe with as much power as possible, I'm worried the cannon would break under the strain. I propose we give Avans and Mallow a slightly lower maximum power setting than the absolute maximum possible to create room for their enthusiasm. Are you going gelatinous on us, love? I'm delighted by your words, but they're atypical for you. If I'm ever half as gooey as Mallow and Avans behave together, Daz, you may launch me from the orbital probe cannon. Our next step will be to send Privet up to the orbital probe cannon to install the probe tracking system. So I don't think there's anything new there. Anything we didn't already know. There's gravity crystals that have been impregnated into this walkway. This is why we're able to defy gravity. And that's why it's all glowy. Brittle hollow projection stone. Is there anything else over here to look at? Don't think so. At least if there is, I haven't found it yet. Let's make our way back. Back over to the other side, I mean. So again, I've probably read this before, but we'll see. Konoi, Daz and I were lifting orbital probe cannon components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank down beneath the current. Konoi, you should have seen it. We'd thought it was impossible for any cannon components to sink even partially below the current, via strength straight to the core. I don't think I read this before, actually. I think I discovered about these events much later on. Cassava convinced me not to try to recreate the phenomenon myself using other cannon parts. We were very curious to know what happened. How could something pass through the current? Either that or I just read it and forgot it. My gratitude for your interesting question. This is exciting. Spire constructed a model of Giant's Deep here at Brittle Hollow's Southern Observatory, and it reveals how an object might sink below the current. Konoi, I'm unable to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If I visit the observatory, would you kindly explain? If you don't mind the trek beneath the surface for the South Pole, to the South Pole, I'd be delighted to see you. There are two trailheads, one at Brittle Hollow's gravity cannon and one at the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. That's not been added, though. Like, that's not been added to the ship's log, so presumably that wasn't what I was missing from this location. 8 minutes, 4 seconds ago, long-range probe successfully launched from the orbital probe cannon. I have bad news, Evans. Yarrow says there was a problem with the proposed power source, so the orbital probe cannon won't be asked to fire. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb here, Cassava. I wish it were, my friend, but no. They aren't certain they can fix the problem, so the orbital probe cannon is on indefinite hiatus. Tell Privet and Mallow they should return from the cannon. My spouse and I will remain at the construction yard for now. An update. Mallow and I will join you and Daz. Privet left to visit her brother. She fears Idea may feel responsible. Oh, that was apparently the thing we were missing. Assuming there weren't multiple things we were missing, that's always possible. So, let's go back to the ship. That's the orbital probe cannon being depicted there. Game? What's happened here? There we go. So let's go back to the ship and we'll just confirm that there's nothing else that we're missing from this location. Doesn't look like it. For some reason, the Nomad put the orbital probe cannon on indefinite hiatus. The cannon was not asked to fire. Yes! But it has been firing this whole time. So I don't know if that's just outdated information or not. Right, we can investigate that yet because of ghost matter. We could go back to the vessel. Let's head back to the vessel. Because I'm assuming enough time has passed that we won't have tons of time. I was wondering what was going wrong there. Would hit one of those great tornadoes that launch you into space again, so that's why it seemed like the thrusters weren't working. presumably because we were being lifted up, and therefore the ground beneath us was being lifted up more quickly than the thrusters were accelerating us, so we still were pinned to the ground. Right, do I remember the trick to get back to the vessel? I think I do. First we have to find the Nomai escape pod, and then from there we follow the lights until we find the seed, which that breaks Euclidean geometry. No shrine there, is there? Being as that's the quantum moon. Not that I see. Right. Distress signals. Alright, carefully we head this way. Hoping not to run into any anglerfish if we can help it. Yeah, we follow along to the seed that defies Euclidean geometry, and then we launch a probe, and then we use the location that that probe lands to find the... Oh, that's an anglerfish. But they can't hear us unless we make a noise, so if we just drift towards this this seed, we should be fine. I'm gonna have to adjust at the last minute to make sure we do actually enter the seed, but we should be so much closer to the seed than to that anglerfish that I don't see it catching us in time. Alright, let's go. Wonderful. Right, where's that distress signal? There. Again, I don't know where any anglerfish will have spawned, so we need to be careful. Right, the escape pod should be just round here. Oh, and I see the lights. I see the... So we can skip visiting the escape pod and just follow its trail immediately. That's the escape pod. So next we're looking for the seed, which should be just over here. Here we go. Wonderful. Right. Quickly pop out for a second. Get the probe launcher ready. Yep, that seems to be going to the right place. Excellent. Right, let's keep going. So we know the next destination is going to be through that orange seed. That's where the anglerfish are, and that's where the anglerfish eggs are. And it doesn't matter how fast you travel through one of the little portals in the seeds, you always come out on the other side at the same speed. So the only trick here is to make sure you remember to coast once you come out the other side. Oh dear. That was unfortunate. We should be alright, it's just we're facing the wrong way, which I don't like. But technically this isn't a problem. Because as I say, your velocity will always be the same when you leave, or rather when you come out the other side. So we're still heading in the right direction, even if we're facing the wrong way. But fairly shortly I'm going to have to turn around so we can try and find the direction of the probe. Right, about now I suppose. Let's hope we don't alert the anglerfish. Right, we're heading that way then. Now let's hope we have plenty. Oh, I think I may have alerted an anglerfish. That's fine. We'll be through here before it gets to us. Right, fingers crossed that we have enough time to properly search the vessel before the supernova happens. Otherwise we'll just have to come back here. I wonder if the Nomai on the outside are the ones which made it to this, I wonder if those are the same ones that were in the escape pod or not. There's a few too many. I think these are probably Nomai that didn't make it. So we've been this way, and I thought we thoroughly explored everything here. But the game seems to think otherwise. I don't think we have access to any other rooms. I guess I could input the coordinates of the Eye of the Universe. I just assume it would do nothing with the warp coil being broken and everything. I guess we could try it. I'm assuming this is going to fail though. Right, somewhere I wrote down the coordinates. So bear with me a second. There they are. I'm going to assume order doesn't matter. No, not that one. Then it's... Wait, what? That, then that. Yes. That's right. So that's coordinates of the eye of the universe. Go. Go. Yeah, this doesn't work. I do wonder if that's the thing that we're missing though. Perhaps there is a way to repair it. The warp core, I mean. And what, if anything, is supposed to be there? I won't bother to read these out because we've read them before and there's limited time until the supernova, but I'll quickly scan all these again and we'll see if the ship's log updates. It shouldn't. Because as I say, we have read all these before. Nothing on the other side, is there? Not that I can see. And the same over here. We've read all this before. So this shouldn't lead to any sort of update. Yet the game seems pretty adamant that we missed something here. Oh no, that's the supernova. That's exactly what I didn't want to hear. Is there a way through here that I've missed? Oh, is that the way we came in? Doesn't appear to be a way through here that we've missed. We'll have to come back here though at the beginning of the next time loop. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Unless we just assume that the thing that I'm missing from there is the fact that there may be some way to restore the warp core and then actually go to the eye of the universe. But if there is, I would imagine that would be right at the very, very end of the game. That would probably be the last thing you do, or possibly triggering some sort of end game to begin. Some end game sequence. Well, we had a pretty good look around there. I can't guarantee there's not... That was interesting. I can't guarantee there's not anything else to explore there, but if we assume that what I'm missing I don't currently have access to, where else could we look? We could go around the Sunless City. Apparently there's more at the Whitehall Station as well. Let's go to the Sunless City. I feel like the Sunless City is one of the more likely places that we might get an answer to what on earth all this ghost matter is and how I navigate it. Do I remember the way there? Yes, I think I do. Ah, right, so I want to go down there to where the distress signal is. Here we go. I think I'm technically on the wrong side. I think I want to be about here. Excellent. Let's not forget the spacesuit. We've done that before. And it's no fun at all, let me assure you. Right, we head in here. Down here. Around here. The heat from the star system's sun is more bearable below the surface. When our escape pod punctured this planet's surface, it broke into what scans show as a cave system with much cooler air. I would recommend we seek a site down there to build a long-term shelter, Anona, but these passages are a maze. Even with this danger, they are still our best chance for survival. We'll form teams and descend into the caves to look for a shelter site. We can mark our findings on the walls to avoid becoming irreversibly lost. Be cautious, everyone, and be aware of the sand as you search. It appears to be rising gradually. Yes. That didn't cause our ship's log to update, but again, that's another instance where I probably only read the first page previously. Is it this way? No. It's down here, isn't it? Yes. Then it's to the left. Then up. Up here. Then isn't there a broken bridge we have to cross? Yes. Here. Then it's through the sand. Left again. Then over and up. It's easy to get pronked here and hard to avoid getting pronked. There we go. Now I think we're pretty much here. Wonderful. Right, since time is not our friend, let's begin by exploring the high energy trailhead. Oops. The high energy lab. We've been here before, but you never know, I may have missed something, so let's keep going. Oh dear. That could have gone better. How do I get over then? Oh dear. This isn't going well, to be perfectly frank. Do I have to wait for the sand to fill up? I think so. I don't see another way I'm going to do this. I think I need to wait till the sand covers up the cacti so I can walk over the top. But then I'm going to be really short of time to do the rest of it. come on, that shouldn't have pierced the suit. It was submerged. Okay. So I can't go that way. I have to go this way, I suppose. Round this way. Hopefully we're close, because we're running very short on oxygen. Maybe that was it. Let me up, let me up, let me up. No! Oh, we've got to do it again. What a blunder. Still, we know the way now, so it shouldn't be as bad. Hold up. We have somewhere marked, don't we? And I want to unmark it. There we go. At some point, maybe we should have a look around the village a little more on Timberhearth. Because it's always possible that someone there's figured out how to get through the ghost matter, and we don't know just because we haven't been speaking to the people there. I know, a bit of a long shot, but not impossible. Oh, for Ash Twin. Okay. Okay. Right, we've arrived here. Suit up. Head on out. Right, round here and up again. Do you know what? I'm just going to assume that whatever we're looking for isn't at the high energy lab. I know it's not impossible, and I probably should go back there and check it again if we can't find whatever it is we're missing, but I've gone the wrong way somehow. Oh no, I've got myself lost. There it is. This way? Excellent. Right, let's head on in. Yeah, we've been to the high energy lab before and it's not that large of an area, so we can probably assume it's not that we're missing. Stepping Stone District. Anglefish Overlook District. Eye Shrine District. I think the Eye Shrine District is the most likely place we may have missed something, especially because of all the ghost matter here. I don't know why everyone says the Eye is important. They say it brought us to the solar system, but is that good? Dad told me lots of Nomai died when our clan came here. What if the Eye isn't good? What if the Eye wanted that to happen? Right, so I can go down here. I can't go down there very easily. These crystals seem to be associated with ghost matter, incidentally. Ow! That hurt. Hello? What have we found here? They aren't the same thing as ghost matter though, as you can see. Otherwise, where we are right now would be full of ghost matter. You're welcomed in this place. This is a space to reflect what brought us to the star system, the signal from the Eye. We observed the Eye's signal in our travels and followed it here to find its source. What we know is this: the source of the signals, which we have chosen to call the Eye of the Universe, is older than this universe itself. The rest we have yet to learn. Enter and open your mind to its possibilities. I was just about to say, I'm pretty sure we've read all that before, but the game seems to think this is new information. If the Eye called... Oh, am I thinking of the very similar shrine on Brittle Hollow in the Hanging City? I think I might be. If the Eye called to us, why won't it reveal itself? Why is it so difficult to locate? Did the signal stop? Does the Eye no longer desire to be found? Perhaps this isn't the Eye's choice. The Eye may not be able to communicate with us more than it already has. Did something happen to it? Is the Eye natural or artificial? Maybe someone built it. The Eye is older than the universe itself. How could something exist before its creator? It could be naturally occurring, though this doesn't answer how the Eye could be as old as it is. Did the Eye deliberately call out to us by sending the signal, or did we hear the signal by coincidence? We could be seeing meaning where there is none. Suppose the signal was produced incidentally. Does that mean the Eye is any less important, though? Perhaps the Eye wanted to be found. Could it be sentient? Maybe it chose us. Does the Eye desire something from us? Could it need us in some way? Maybe it doesn't have to be us. And that's a symbol for the Eye of the Universe. Oh, that's the sun on the other side. That appears to be the most straightforward way out. I don't think we've missed anything in here. So we should head back to the ship and see if that's what I was missing from the Sunless City. Or if, well, I definitely was missing that. Or whether there could be other things that here that I still haven't seen. Right, this should be the shortcut out. Unfortunately, oh, it might work from both directions actually. Lots of ghost matter here. But again, it's fine to stand here, because even though there are the crystals that are associated with ghost matter, they're not the same thing. We know from experience that where there is ghost matter, there is usually those crystals, but they don't, although they tend to be in around the same place as each other, they're not in precisely the same place. Right, so I should remember this. If I want to get to the Sunless City via the shortcut, it's behind the gravity cannon. Where's my ship? I see. Over this way. Excellent, excellent. I'd say that went well. Where's the Sunless City? Right, that's all Giant's Deep. That's Brittle Hollow. Whitehall Station, there's still stuff to be discovered apparently. We could consider going there next, actually. Sunless City. So that was the only thing that I didn't have from there. So current question marks around the Ash Twin project, Whitehall Station, the Quantum Moon, Quantum Shrine, 6th location and all that stuff, but we still haven't figured out how to get onto the Quantum Moon, because the advice that we've been given is either inaccurate or incomplete. We know that there's supposed to be a shrine that appears at the North Pole, and it just hasn't appeared once. The Nomai built a shrine on the Quantum Moon to aid in the pilgrimage to its 6th location. The Nomai on Brittle Hollow observed a phantom moon that would sometimes appear in the sky. The Nomai on Ember Twin observed a moon that would disappear when no one's watching. A Nomai named Solanum landed a shuttle on the Quantum Moon, and we've looked at his shuttle. A Nomai named Solanum landed her shuttle at the Quantum Moon's South Pole and prepared to make the rest of the journey on foot. Visitors to the Quantum Moon always arrive at the South Pole for reasons unknown to the Nomai. The Nomai built a shrine on the Quantum Moon to aid in the pilgrimage to its 6th location. Remember this final rule: to explore the 6th location, the shrine must be on the Moon's North Pole. But it never appears, so that's not a lot of help. A strange rock shard that wanders when no one is watching. The Nomai determined this shard is the reason objects in this grove behave in a quantum manner. The Nomai hypothesized that this shard is actually a piece of the Quantum Moon. This shard emits the same signal as the Quantum Moon. This tower held knowledge a Nomai needed to make his or her first quantum journey. Observing a quantum object, observing an image of a quantum object, these are the same. Yes, it did occur to me that part of the trick may be making sure that we have a photograph of, we use the probe to keep an image of the Quantum Moon there, but that didn't seem to help. The Nomad called this the role of quantum imaging. Remember, the other quantum shards have other lessons to teach. There is a strange rock shard in this grove that moves when I'm not watching. It emits a signal on the quantum fluctuations frequency. I found a poem written on one of the trees in the grove. No, I didn't. Oh, that would be a good thing to... Or if I did, I forgot it. I should definitely explore that. The Nomad noticed a strange wandering rock that appeared in multiple caves on Ember Twin's northern hemisphere. I found a strange rock shard that moves when I'm not watching. It emits a signal on the quantum fluctuations frequency. A nomad named Collius was standing on the wandering rock when another nomad's lantern died. When they relit the lantern, Collius and the rock were both gone. To travel with a quantum object, I must stand on the object and cease to observe my surroundings, meaning I must be in complete darkness. Collius used his quantum rule to escape the cave he was trapped in. I've tried that with the quantum moon, it doesn't work. If I look away from it, then it disappears. So that's no help. Collius and Melori returned to examine the rock. They theorized that when a conscious being is in contact with a quantum object and ceases to observe his or her surroundings, the being can become entangled with that quantum object, and they can both move together. That would only help me if I had already landed on the quantum moon and I want to go to the 6th location, I would suggest. So we'll check out that poem in a second. Poem, they say. I wonder if it is actually a poem. There's also something at Whitehouse Station, and there's the ruptured core that we can't get to, and the stuff surrounding the vessel. Well, you never know. Getting onto the quantum moon may answer the ghost matter question. Oh, and there's the Ash Twin project. So yeah, there's a number of things we could be exploring. Where is Timberhearth? That's what I'm looking for. That's Giant's Deep. There's the Hourglass Twins. There's Dark Bramble. Timberhearth. Excellent. So we're looking for a tree. So it would seem. So the autopilot at least seems to take into account gravity of other objects, even if it doesn't take the position of other, even though it doesn't take collision into other objects into account. Right, where was that grove? At some point I should visit, what's his name again? To make sure the game marks off that I've met him. Even though I have met him. On, Dark Bramble. Perhaps we'll do that after this. If this poem does turn out to be a lot of help, which it may or may not be, we'll just have to see. But if it does, then we probably won't want to actually try and land on the quantum moon until after after the next time loop, so we could use the remaining time to mark off having met the individual's name that I keep forgetting. Where is this grove? Welcome back, Jenny. Everything's going alright. Can't complain. Ah, is that the grove? No, that's where the seed is. Over here? This seems to be the right way. Here, I think. Right, so there's supposed to be some sort of poem on one of the trees. The quiet shade in the ancient glade across old bark, it's always dark. Okay, I'll write that down. Not, Yeah, I don't think it has very good scansion, does it? So the quiet shade in the ancient glade, across old bark. Oh, I'm putting this on completely the wrong page. I wasn't thinking, I just started writing it on the first empty page, or the first mostly empty page I could see, and I started writing it on the page where I was writing down all my current Know My Names page, which is the third one so far. Right, start a fresh page for this. Right, the quiet shade in the ancient glade across old bark. It's always dark. Clearly Herthians wrote this, since this is in English, which is apparently also the Herthian language. Oh. That quantum rock collided with our spaceship. Is it the tree that moved? Probably the rock. I don't think that was there before. Or maybe it was. Goodness me. I'm trying to determine if we found anything useful here. That looks like it'll take us away. No, that's pushing the other way. Another way in here, perhaps? Oh, goodness me. Ship hull breach detected. Well, this is new. Collius, after closer observation, mining site 2A wouldn't be safe for the native life dwelling in some of the this cave's pools, so unfortunately we'll have to mine on one of the other sites. Cycad. There are a few other cave sites that look promising. What about 2B? It shares similar formations and strata. Oh no. Oh no. This sounds promising. Will you and your mentor investigate? If mining site 2B proves safe for this native species, we'll move our work there. Site 2B is safe. Collier says we'll continue to monitor activity and effort on the life here. Right, where's my list of Nomai names? I want to know if I have those names written down or not. Not on the first page. Could be the second, when I can find it. Yep, I have Oeno and Cycad both written down. And Collius I had written down due to the events on the Hourglass Twins. On the opposite, or specifically Ember Twin, on the opposite hand, New Life. This species is semi-aquatic and very hardy. The ecosystem here is quite robust, so I believe they'll thrive in the long run. Be cautious near the pools if you visit 2A to meet them. I was watching them once during a rest, and the elves escaped from me. They're fascinating. I wonder what their fourth eye does. They remind me of a subterranean species that my mentor, Melore, once told me about when one of our clan used to travel across this universe. I imagine she would have enjoyed these life forms greatly. Interesting. I don't actually know what this is depicting. I suppose that's the early life forms they're talking about with 4 eyes. Our species has 4 eyes, so I think the part of the oh, I know where we are. We're near the site 2B, I think. I'll double check that in a second, but I think we are. I suppose part of the ramifications of what we've read is notionally that these were our ancestors. Oh, blimey. Right, let me double check that this is actually Site 2B. Ow! Mining Site 2B, yeah, so we've been in there. Unfortunately, although this was very interesting, it's been no help when it comes to getting onto the Quantum Moon, so far as I can tell. More buried stuff. Goodness knows where we are now. It's possible we've come back to where we came from, but if so, I didn't discover this stuff on the ground before. Which is possible. Paper has survived down here all this time, in the water? This must be more recent stuff, surely. Abandoned here by Herthians, you would have thought. Well, this definitely isn't where we came from. Oh, blimey. Oh, we've come out in the village. Where will this one take me? Ow. That hurt. So that one didn't have a tunnel going underground. It appears to have filled in at some stage. So did that... I'm not sure that poem helped us, did it? Or did it? The quiet shade in the ancient glade across old bark, it's always dark. I'm not convinced that that was what we were hoping to, what we were supposed to discover from that. I think it may have been a coincidence. Where's the Grove Shard? Oh, I just went past it. No. That might be worth exploring though. I'm not sure we've been there before. We don't need the spacesuit for air here, but it does have the advantage that we'll have the jetpack in case we need it. Churt's research note, property of Churt. I've detected a strange signal coming from somewhere within this grove in this crater. It's very similar to the signal emitted by the quantum moon, so it stands to reason the two signals are probably related. We don't know much about the quantum moon, seeing as no one's ever been able to land on it, but hopefully studying the signal in the grove will reveal more about it. Interesting. Could this be the correct grove? And you say studying the signal specifically. Well, it certainly seems to relate to the quantum moon, this location, doesn't it? Oh, I see. These areas are connected. Across old bark, in the ancient glade, it's always dark with a quiet shade. Oh, it's rearranging. And it's title case, so I can't use that to my advantage. So I could try and work out what the correct combination is. The quiet shade, it's always dark in the ancient glade across old bark. Hmm. trying to think, where would the across old bark go? Could that... maybe the first line? I mean, in the ancient glade it's always dark would make sense. Or it's always dark in the ancient glade. Hang on. They called it a poem, so perhaps I'm supposed to conclude that it's going to have some sort of rhyming structure. So that seriously reduces the number of possibilities. Thing is it ABAB rhyming or is it AABB rhyming? Well, AABB rhyming would mean that it would have to be it's always dark across old bark, or across old bark it's always dark, and the quiet shade in the ancient glade. In the ancient glade, the quiet shade. The quiet shade in the ancient glade. Across old bark it's always dark? Maybe across old bark in the ancient glade. No, across old bark it's always dark. In the ancient glade, the quiet shade, no. It's always dark across old bark in the ancient glade. This one also has the quiet shade as the first one. This doesn't. Well, this is shade. This is ABBA rhyming, which is possible, but less likely, I'd suggest. I would have thought the devs would have gone for a simpler rhyming scheme than that. It's always dark in the ancient glade, across old bark, the quiet shade. And the stone's right there. Oh, that's just coincidence. Across old... hang on. Across old bark in the ancient glade, it's always dark, the quiet shade. That's one of the much more likely ones. They do point in different directions though, don't they? The signs. Let me test this. Where's my pen? Do they always point in the same direction? Across... hang on. Probably easier if I copy this all down again. Across old bark. And that's pointing left. In the ancient glade. That's pointing the other way. It's always dark. That's pointing left. The quiet shade is pointing right. I mean, bark is clearly a reference to the trees. I wonder if that should be more closely related to the quiet shade. Across old bark, the quiet shade in the ancient glade, it's always dark. So across old bark is pointing left, the quiet shade is pointing right. In the ancient glade is pointing right, it's always dark is pointing left. So that's the same as before. In terms of which way the individual components pointed. So that suggests they would never all point in the same direction. So the quiet shade is pointing right, that's the same. Across old bark is pointing left, that's the same. In the ancient glade is pointing right, which again is the same. And it's always dark is pointing left. Yeah, so they're not changing. In the ancient glade, the quiet shade, it's always dark across old bark. The quiet shade, across old bark, in the ancient glade, it's always dark. The quiet shade, it's always dark across old bark in the ancient glade. Yeah, that's an unlikely one. I think the directions that the signs are pointing are just also trying to emphasize the rhymes. In the ancient glade, across old bark, the quiet shade, it's always dark. Ow. Anything useful down here? Oh my goodness. It's happening again. No, no evidence of anything more of use down here. Although I never did find my way back here, did I? As in, it looked like there should be a circular route we could take out of here and then back again, and I never found that. So this is where they're talking about the ancestors of our species, and then there should be another underwater tunnel out of here, over here. So that's where I found all the stuff on the ground, but none of it we could interact with, so it seemed. Right, that's the way we came in. And this emerges in the village, doesn't it? If we follow the water up, the geyser up. But I would imagine there's another way out of here. Aha! That's probably it. And I think this may be where we started. It is, isn't it? Let's go back to the ship briefly, so that we can use the med kit. Oh, it's that across old bark that's getting me. I feel like there's supposed to be some way of using that in the so-called poem, which doesn't sound so clumsy. I mean, how would I use the across part? In the ancient glade, it's always dark, the quiet shade across old bark. See, I doubt that. Also, we know that that will always take us down to the same place. So, if the poem is part of a puzzle, going into the little geyser isn't the solution. In the ancient glade, the quiet shade, it's always dark across old bark. No, I doubt it. I'll tell you what we'll do. Across old bark in the ancient glade, the quiet shade, it's always dark. Let's give each of these a number. So, across old bark can be number 1, because it's alphabetically first. Then in the ancient glade can be 2. It's always dark can be 3, and the quiet shade can be 4. So what do we have here? 1, 2, 4, 3. That's correct, isn't it? Yes. So, we'll add 1 to the tally. I get the feeling this is going to take me more than one time loop to solve. In the ancient glade, the quiet shade, it's always dark across old bark. So, 2, 4, 3, 1. And that has a tally of 1. quiet shade across Old Bark, it's always dark in the ancient glade. So that's 4, 1, 3, 2. How many combinations are there going to be? There's going to be 24 combinations, I think? Yeah. Or I suppose I mean permutations. 1, 4, 3, 2. Across Old Bark, the quiet shade, it's always dark in the ancient glade. That's one of the more sensible ones. Oh, the sign moves independently of the rock, I think. Oh, that's a different rock. There's a tree. Well, its silhouette looks quite rock-like, I would argue. The quiet shade in the ancient glade across Old Bark, it's always dark. That's gonna be 4, 2, 1, 3. In the quiet shade in the ancient glade, it's always dark across Old Bark. So 4, 2, 3, 1. The quiet shade in the ancient glade, it's always dark across Old Bark. 4, 2, 3, 1. Wait, didn't we just have that? No. Didn't we have 4, 3, 2, 1? I think I wrote it down wrong. I could quite believe that they put in all 24 combinations. Oh, but what a time waster of a puzzle. Even if we knew the solution, we'd have to wait till, I assume, a random number generator gives us the correct solution. Right, let's keep going. Where's that grove? It's around here somewhere. What's this? I'm not sure we've been here before. I think we may have flown past it once, but then didn't stop to take a look. And we're recording, ahem. It's been 2 days since the launch of the Deep Space Satellite, and I'm about to view the first batch of photos. Let's record the show that's on this historic... Yeah, let the record show that on this historic day, Outer World Ventures has... Ah, they're printing, here they come. Stars above, will you look at that? There's Brittle Hollow, and look there, that's Hollow Lantern, and there's Giant's Deep, and the Quantum Moon. I'm speechless, completely speechless. Every single astral body in our magnificent solar system looking stunning from every angle in each of these three images, and in colour no less. Now this is art. I could stare at these photos forever. Doesn't Timber Hollow look tiny from... Hold on. What is that? That can't be right. That's not even possible. Am I interpreting this photo correctly? What's even stranger is it doesn't show up in either of the other photos, just this one. Oh, there must have been an equipment malfunction, I suppose. Only sensible explanation for it. I'll radio Gabbro and ask them to go examine the satellite's lens for defects. Unidentified signal nearby. That is nearby. So I see the Quantum Moon, I see Giant's Deep, I see the Hourglass Twins. That's Brittle Hollow, that's... So that's Dark Bramble, that's Brittle Hollow, that's the Interloper. Is that something else entirely? Could be. Oh dear. Radio tower. So that's what I was picking up. That was the signal. Frequency discovered, deep space radio. Oh really? So this is something new we could explore in theory. Yes. Oh, isn't that just our satellite that's transmitting, though? Pretty sure it is. The one they're talking about in the notes over here. Perhaps this is just another way to discover it. We, of course, already knew it was there. Satellite angle. Hmm. Oh, and that must be, Oh, Feldspar was the one I forgot the name of. That must be Gabbro inspecting it. Inspecting the lens. The thing is, that also seems to display the same thing. I'm not being daft, am I? There's the Hourglass Twins, then Timber Hollow, then... Sorry. Oh, that's Timber Hollow, I think. Okay, that makes more sense. Hourglass Twins, Timber Hollow, Brittle Hollow. Giant's Deep, Dark Bramble, Interloper. Okay, so that one's fully explained. Hourglass Twins, Timber Hollow, Giant's Deep, Brittle Hollow, Interloper. So if he sent him to look at if this is indicating that this is after the recording was made, perhaps the hint is supposed to be that this was the next photograph taken immediately after the one which sparked surprise. So what do we have? We have Hourglass Twins. Can I zoom in? I think that's Timber Hollow. Timber Hollow? There's no such planet. Timber Hearth. So Hourglass Twins, Timber Hearth, Giant's Deep, Brittle Hollow, Dark Bramble, Interloper, and something else. Right, let me write that down. Satellite angle 40 degrees. How many planets are there? Well, if we count the Hourglass Twins as they're actually 2, but they're 2. So Hourglass Twins is 2. Timber Hearth, Giant's Deep, Brittle Hollow, Dark Bramble, so it would be a 6th planet. That's certainly worth chasing up. I don't know how we would tell how many degrees the satellite is at, though. As in, relative to what, exactly? Like, I realise that would be part of its rotation. Orbiting the solar system. But measured from what point? What's 0 degrees? Right, that's where the seed is. Still looking. There we go. Those are the groves we're looking for. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Let's go. Ow. Well, we're alive, that's the important thing. Across Old Bark in the Ancient Glade, it's always dark. The Quiet Shade. Honestly, that one is one of the ones that makes more sense. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, isn't it? course, I'm assuming something happens when it's in the correct combination, which may well not be true. The other thing is, if it were the case that when it's in the correct permutation, something happens, something becomes possible, then that would imply that I'm able to investigate that without taking my eyes off the sign. Which raises questions. That stone's not staying still, is it? No, it is not. In the ancient glade, it's always dark. The quiet shade across old bark. Okay, what do we think? Across old bark. I'm thinking about this. Oops. Oh dear. Let's look at those notes again. Trouble is, the poem could have already been in the correct combination. If I didn't know what to expect, I may not have realised. It's very similar to the signal emitted by the quantum moon. We don't know much about the quantum moon, seeing as no one's ever been able to land on it, but hopefully studying the signal in the grove will reveal more about it. I guess I could ask Chert about that. Anything been added to the log? Just a radio tower. A radio tower designed to receive photos taken by the Deep Space Satellite. There are several photos of the entire solar system hanging on the walls. Hornfels noticed something strange in one of the photos, but concluded equipment malfunction was the only sensible explanation. Where's the other glade? There it is. Right, let's think about this. So the lines are the quiet shade in the ancient glade across old bark, it's always dark. What does across old bark even mean in this context? Which one do we think could be a first line? The quiet shade in the ancient glade across old bark, it's always dark. I mean, technically any of them, if they were being quite free with their rearranging of the sentence. But I think across old bark is unlikely. Hang on, it's always dark. It is a what do they call it? A word that refers back to a previously a word that's previously been mentioned. I've forgotten the name. I think it's got cat in it, like catabolic steroids, because it means to go backwards. But that means it's not, unless they're being quite free with their grammar, which happens in poetry. That's probably not the first line, at least. Across old bark. I'm still trying to think, where does that go? Like, could it be the first line? I mean, the quiet shade in the ancient glade almost sounds like they're supposed to go together, doesn't it? But then that would imply an AABB rhyming scheme. Hang on, the quiet shade in the ancient glade. If those were together, they would not be the end, would they? They want something to be said after them. The quiet shade in the ancient glade. One of those has to come before it's always dark. Possibly both, but at least one. But the quiet shade, it's always dark, just sounds silly. In the ancient glade, it's always dark. In the ancient glade, it's always dark across old bark, the quiet shade. In the ancient... Hang on, if it's in the ancient glade, it's always dark. If that's the start, it would have to be the quiet shade across old bark afterwards. assuming an AB rhyming scheme. If we assume the only two likely rhyming schemes are ABAB or AABB. I'm still having trouble with the across old bark. Oh no. Took me so long, we've had another supernova. Across old bark, in the ancient glade, it's always dark. The quiet shade, but then that doesn't work, the quiet shade. Across old bark, the quiet shade in the ancient glade, it's always dark. No. It's just needlessly redundant. You wouldn't say the shade is dark. Hello Chris, how are you? It's lovely to see you. Ah, that's where we're headed. Slow down. And right ourselves. You're sad? Oh no. What's wrong? If you don't mind my asking. Oh, you're just being silly. So I'm currently working on a puzzle that has me a bit stumped. There's these puzzles in this game that revolve around like the concept of quantum mechanics. I mean, not how quantum mechanics actually works, but just the developers have really liked this idea of you look away and things change. So there's this poem on this tree. It's always dark, the quiet shade, across old bark in the ancient glade. If you know each of the 4 lines, if I look away, it's gone, and if I find it again, it'll be around here somewhere. You'll notice all the lines have rearranged. Oh. Across old bark in the ancient glade, it's always dark, the quiet shade. And I'm trying to figure out this puzzle. The problem is I don't even fully understand the puzzle. Like, even if I'm assuming this is supposed to be in some sort rearranged into some sort of correct order, but even if I knew that it was in the correct order, I wouldn't necessarily know what I'm supposed to do. I know that if I look away from this will rearrange, so I'd need to keep an eye on it, but then I'd have to, if it was correct, presumably have to do something at that point. I don't know what that thing is. That's where I'm stuck. Having some trouble with my internet, so I can't do your stream. Oh, you like the non-Euclidean stuff. Sorry to hear about your stream. I hope your internet clears up soon. Is this a problem you've had a lot with your ISP? The thing is, they call it a poem. I'm not sure the scansion's actually that good, But aside from that, putting that aside, being as it's notionally a poem, they could be a bit freer with the grammar. But if I assume it could have poor grammar, then almost any combination could be correct. And so I'm just trying to think, well, if it has sensible grammar and isn't needlessly redundant, what would it be? Like, I would argue It's Always Dark, the quiet shade is needlessly redundant. Of course the shade is dark. Also, again, assuming they've gone for a simple rhyming scheme, they could have gone for an ABAB rhyming scheme or an AABB rhyming scheme. I'm assuming for now that they wouldn't have gone for ABBA. I've played Portals 1 and 2. Streamed them, in fact. Anyway, so I've just been just been here for like the last goodness knows how long, like half an hour or so, trying to just figure this out. I do have other leads I could chase up if to do something more exciting in game, but presumably at some point I'm going to have to address this puzzle. ABBA, ABAB, and what? The rhyming. Because Across Old Bark rhymes with It's Always Dark, and In the Ancient Glade rhymes with The Quiet Shade. Now, the two most likely combinations that the devs might have gone for, I would suggest, would be ABAB or AABB. I doubt they would have gone for ABBA, although technically that is possible. No, you're not dumb. But again, I still have the fundamental problem, even if I managed to figure out what it was supposed to be. And then I kept forcing it to respawn till it was in that combination. What then? Like, what have I achieved? It's always dark in the ancient glade, the quiet shade across old bark. ABBA, it's also a rhyming scheme? Well, it could be. This is an example of ABBA. It's always dark in the ancient glade, the quiet shade across old bark. ABBA is perfectly valid, I just think it's a lot less likely. Well, most poems are a bit longer than 4 lines. But I mean, you might very well set up a longer poem where it comes in stanzas, each of which use ABBA rhyming scheme, an ABBA rhyming scheme. In fact, you might want to do something like ABBA, BCCB, CDDC, and so on, or something like that. Tell you what, in 5 minutes or so, if I've got nowhere, I'll head off and I'll do something a little more interesting than just staring at this tree thinking. So I feel like Across Old... Again, assuming that they haven't been too free with the grammar, I feel like Across Old Bark isn't going to be the first line. That sounds like it's qualifying something that's come before. And It's Always Dark. Because it's always dark, because it's referring backwards to something that's already been said, that's not going to be a first line either. So our candidates for the first line are In the Ancient Glade or The Quiet Shade. In the Ancient Glade could be at the first line. I feel like the Quiet Shade is more likely. The Quiet Shade in the Ancient Glade, I think it would have to be after that. The Quiet Shade in the Ancient Glade. Oh, but then either line after that is pointlessly redundant. It's always dark across Old Bark is silly, and the Quiet Shade in the Ancient Glade, it's always dark across Old Bark is also silly. So one of my assumptions there must have been wrong. It's also not clear what they mean by across Old Bark. Across suggests either crossing something, like going across a bridge, or it implies something being moved to be orthogonal, like the wooden block was moved across the door to block the door. I mean, old bark, I assume, means old trees, presumably. But I just don't see... It's the across part that's throwing me. The best I can come up with is across Old Bark in the Ancient Glade, the Quiet Shade, it's always dark. But it just seems pointlessly redundant. Across Old Bark in the Ancient Glade. Because it might suggest crossing some sort of wooden bridge or something to get to the Ancient Glade, even though there isn't one. Also, why would it be it's always dark, not is always dark? The Quiet Shade is always dark. I mean, their scansion's rubbish anyway, so it's not like they would be doing... They wouldn't have said that for scansion reasons. What about across Old Bark? It's always dark. It just doesn't fit well with the other lines, does it? Because then the other two have to be together, and they don't work either before it or after it. So what's my best guess? Across Old Bark in the Ancient Glade, the Quiet Shade, it's always dark. Across Old Bark in the Ancient Glade, the Quiet Shade, it's always dark. It's just so... It's pointlessly redundant though, of course the shade is dark. At least across Old Bark in the Ancient Glade, at least that part, it gives a sense of movement. It gives a sense of, like, you're travelling to this ancient glade, which at least somewhat explains why it would be across. What about it's always dark, the quiet shade, across old bark in the ancient glade? That does actually, it doesn't work with a few of, it goes against a few of the assumptions I'd previously made, but I actually think that probably works the best. It's always dark. The quiet shade. Across old bark in the ancient glade. It really feels like across old bark in the ancient glade should go together. Like, it's one of the very few ways I can think to resolve the across. Doing it the other way round, in the ancient glade across old bark, suggests moving within the ancient glade across like a bridge or something, but there is no bridge here. But if we assume across old bark and the ancient glade go together, then the other two lines, it's always dark, the quiet shade, must also go together in some combination, either before or after the two lines we... Actually, I suppose they could have the across old bark and the ancient glade in the middle. But no, I think this is the most likely one. It's always dark, the quiet shade, across old bark and the ancient glade. Right, let's see if we can find that one, that combination, and see if there's anything significant about it. In the ancient glade, across old bark, the quiet shade, it's always dark. I can't help but notice it. You've got all three things close together here. Have I just been done? No, it's still there. Well, we've been here before, so I don't think it's this. The only reason I thought it might have been that... to be fair, is just because they had all three of the objects next to each other. So, what was I thinking? It's always dark, the quiet shade, across old bark and the ancient glade. Let's see if we can find that combination and see... Across old bark and the ancient glade, it's always dark, the quiet shade. That's also possible, actually. All they've done is they've swapped the order. Across old bark and the ancient glade, the order of the two lines. Otherwise, it's the same. Ow. Stop launching me! If I land poorly this time, we're dead. Oh. Right, we're through. I mean, this looks the same as it did before, to be honest. If we get transported to the same place, then I'm going to assume it's not this. Maybe read it as 2314? I don't know which one you're labelling as 2314. Are you doing them in alphabetical order? As in the first alphabetical line is 1, then the next line is 2 in alphabetical order, and so on. Assuming that is what you were doing, what would it be? In the ancient glade, it's always dark. Across old bark, the quiet shade. That's not a bad idea. Oh goodness me, look where I've ended up. Yeah, that's not a bad thought, actually. I wouldn't mind this puzzle so much if A, it was more clear what success looks like, so that or at least if I could be more sure about what it is I'm actually doing here. And secondly, if the puzzle actually relied on real understanding of poetry to come to the correct solution, because they could have used the rules of real poetry to come up with a really good puzzle like this, but as it is, it feels like we're just trying combinations until we come across something that just seems plausible. Let me try that one, the one you came up with, Chris. In the ancient glade, it's always dark. Across old bark, the quiet shade. That is ABBA though. In the ancient glade, it's always dark across old bark, the quiet shade. It's always dark across old bark in the ancient glade, the quiet shade. That's very similar. I mean, that could also be it. The quiet shade in the ancient glade, it's always dark across old bark. I doubt it. In the ancient glade, the quiet shade, it's always dark across old bark. It's always dark across old bark in the ancient glade, the quiet shade. That's likely. It's always dark across old bark in the ancient glade, the quiet shade. That one sounds really, really plausible. But then what? Supposing this is right, what do I do with that information? I'm trying to check whether that geyser's gonna move. Yeah, that geyser's moved. So the geyser isn't locked to any given location. Oh, sounds like we've got another supernova coming. I mean, I may be just wrong about how the puzzle works. It could be that there is a poem there that can work in many different orders and there's nothing more to it than that, and that whatever the puzzle is something else entirely. Whatever the puzzle is. The one thing that makes me think that's unlikely though is the poem itself doesn't seem to be communicating anything useful to us. I could sort of accept that they'd come up with a framework for coming up with 24 stanzas that sound vaguely poetic if they were clearly communicating something. But the game has gone out of its way to draw our attention to these poems. Let me show you. Over here. There is a strange rock shard in this grove that moves when I'm not watching. It emits a signal on the quantum fluctuations frequency. I found a poem written on one of the trees in the grove. Let's investigate this strange This extra planet that apparently appears under some circumstances. So first of all, we'll head over to the satellite. Let's look at the map. So we know that the satellite was at 40 degrees, was it, when it discovered this extra... discovered evidence of an extra planet? But we don't know what 40 degrees is, because we don't know precisely where 1 degree would be. Like, as I said earlier, like, of course 40 degrees would mean 40 degrees around its orbit. But that's not very useful if we don't know what the 0 point is. Still, what we can do is we can just wait here, see what happens, and we may as well think about that poem. It'll be very interesting to see if another planet does appear. I see the Sun Station and the Hourglass Twins. Why has this been not marked off? I'm right next to it. Do I have to be within a certain distance? Oh, maybe I have to be technically outside the ship for that to work. Hold up. Put the spacesuit on before I leave. It would seem like a sensible idea, wouldn't it? There we go. That's officially discovered. This is the same problem we had with Feldspar. We found Feldspar in Dark Bramble. Hello, that's the thing, isn't it? Right, let's not take our eyes off it. I don't think I can lock on to it. That's definitely not one of the planets we know about, is it? I don't think it can be. I think that could be a black hole. Oh my. What have we found? Is this a space station? Oh, no, 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 no. Is this Nomai technology? This doesn't look much like the Nomai technology we've seen up till now. It seems like it was some sort of cloaked vessel or something. Before we properly search this place, did I repair everything? Yes, because in case we need to make a hasty takeoff, I want to make sure the ship's in good repair. What have we found? That looks like the eye signal. Could this be the eye of the universe? Again, this does not look like Nomai technology. I mean, it might be. We haven't seen loads of Nomai technology, but... 1.3 times gravity. Interesting. I don't recognise this as Nomai in origin. We need to be careful. There could be living creatures here for all we know. Unknown language. That supports my suspicions. This is not a Nomai ship. How long have they been here? Did the Nomai know about them? Oh, when I look at it, it moves, I think. No. I mean, I get the idea. I'm supposed to get this to line up. There we go. What? This is a planet. Or it's a... We're on the it's more like a... It's like a Dyson sphere in the sense that we seem to be on the inside of a planet, but that's not the right term at all. A Dyson sphere isn't a planet. There's a hollow sphere and we're on the inside of it is what I'm trying to get at. A Dyson sphere, of course, would go around an entire star, and I don't think that's what we're dealing with here. Interesting that it kept bumping on the way down. I've not yet seen any evidence for any people here. Obviously there were people here. Could the time loop have done something to them as well? Or were they gone a long, long time ago? Could it be that these are the... Oh, blimey, I wonder if that's what they look like. Could these aliens be the origin of the... Will this let me get through ghost matter? Well, this one appears to be broken, if that is the case. Could these aliens be the origin of the Eye of the Universe? Or the signal, at least. Perhaps it isn't older than the universe. Perhaps that was a mistake. Could this be a wall for having projections displayed on it? Seems likely. Will I be protected from the supernova in here? I have no reason to think that I would be, but I don't know. I bet the lantern goes in there. Although, as previously mentioned, the lantern that's in here appears to be broken. Blimey. Oh, I can use my torch. Oh. Some sort of clock type thing over here. Whoever they were, they appear to have been very tall, judging by the height of things. Perhaps we'll have to come back there. Remove slide reel. Ah. Interesting. Right, this would be a lot more convenient if I could get some sort of permanent light source here. What about the scout? I mean, it sort of works. The only problem is that it makes the room so bright in general that we can't actually see the slide we're trying to look at. Perhaps I'll keep looking for another light source. Another slide reel. If I'm not protected from the supernovae in here, then I get the feeling we're going to have to come back here quite a few times. I also don't know of a faster way to get there than to go to the satellite and back again. Which is problematic. Oh, this place is falling apart. That's not good. Okay. Another time-based puzzle, so it would seem. Oh no! There's some sort of tower over there. My goodness, we've discovered so much here. Ow. Is that another village? Goodness me. Oh, that hurt. No, I don't want to be dragged away. Let me up. Let me explore before the water levels rise again, which I'm sure they're inevitably going to do. Oh. Right. Hopefully I'm through the worst of that. No! Oh, darn. Here we go. Nearly out of fuel, but I think we've done it. Oh, goodness me. Working lanterns. Wish I'd known about that earlier. So they had a peaceful life here, I suppose? Not sure what else I'm supposed to take away from this. Aside from a lantern, perhaps. But unless the water goes back down, that's not much help. Wait, is the water always moving in the same... Yeah, it's moving all the way round. What's causing it to have this momentum? Usually rivers flow because they're going downhill. They're expending gravitational potential energy. But that's clearly not the case here. Okay, if these touch water, they stop working. Lesson learned. The eye! So they at least knew about the eye. They could have been the builders of it, for all we know. This unnamed alien species. Oh. Refuel jetpack. Don't mind if I do. Rather, I should say this alien species we don't yet have a name for. That will presumably take me back... Where will this take me to, if anywhere? Nowhere. Huh. Okay. Where to now, I guess? Ow! Something electrocuted me. I'm not a fan of that. That was quite the startling discovery, wasn't it? Quite the revelation. I mean, honestly, what I feel most of right now is that there's so much more to explore all of a sudden. What? No, I was going to tell you about using the ship's log to set destination markers for locations you visited before. Sorry, I missed the first line of dialogue there because I so wasn't expecting him to speak to me out of nowhere. Because he's never done that in any of the other time loops up till now. So yeah, I missed the first line of dialogue. I guess I was supposed to discover this right at the very, very beginning of the game, but didn't. It's a brilliant feature, if I say so myself. Dead useful, and the risk it possesses of shorting out the fuel regulator and causing the ship to explode is so minimal that only Gozan would worry about it. Wait, so how do I use it? When you're on your ship, open up its log to the location you want to mark. Anywhere's fine, as long as you've been there at least once. Hop in the pilot seat and the ship will throw up a destination marker on your display. It's that easy. Wow, Slate, how do you come up with these incredible ideas? Oh, I do the best I can with what I've got. Ready? You're too kind. That was Slate saying that to himself. That was extraordinarily convenient timing, thanks. Sure thing, Hatchling. Anyway, I've got a fire to enjoy and you've got launch codes to grab. Go wild with the markers feature while you're out there. Just try not to follow it so directly you fly into the sun, okay? Yeah, I get the impression, because the clue that takes you to this place is on Timberhearth, I'm guessing this was supposed to be one of the very first locations I visit. It's flashing mark location on HUD. A massive artificial ring world hidden within some sort of cloaking field. It does not appear to be Hearthian or Nomian in origin. Nomian. A radio tower designed to receive photos taken by the Deep Space Satellite. Yeah, we know about that. A low-lying region near the entrance to the Stranger. There are wooden buildings along the banks of the river. There's more to explore here. A pair of small rocky islands connected by a village of stilt houses. I found a large metal symbol for the Eye of the Universe inside a burned-out building. I'm sure there is much more to explore there. Excellent, so I can now go to the Stranger whenever I wish, it would seem. And I can even use that autopilot feature to make our lives even more easy. I'm still thinking about that so-called poem a bit. Not really come to any more conclusions. Let's carefully pilot our way in. Careful, does it? Good enough. I suppose technically I should try to repair the ship before I run off. Although increasingly I'm thinking it's unlikely I'll be coming back here. I'll probably spend the whole time searching the ring world. Oh my goodness. I wonder if any other Hearthians have been here before us. Right, is that the ship fixed? No. Do you know what? It's good enough. If we come back here, we can worry about it then. Why is this not working all of a sudden? Oh, it's the... I get it. It's the torch it's responding to. Not us looking at it. Oh, and we've exited at a different point. Or have we? Yes, we have. No! I missed the raft. Okie dokie. That looks like there could be ghost matter over there. There is. So ghost matter made it over here then. Right, I can walk through here. Can I go up here? By the looks of it, yes. So there's ghost matter there, is there? Yes. It's kind of a good sign there's ghost matter here, because that implies to me... Ow. Oh well. That implies to me that the solution to the ghost matter may lie on the stranger. Oh. Okay, so markers survive the game resetting. Noted. That's odd. Oh, there we go. Right, let's carefully... Ow. Messed that up. Right, not gonna bother fixing the ship this time. There's no point. Through we go. Right, we're at the place we were most recently. Actually, do you know what? Let's go this way this time. Goodness me. I mean, do I just assume there won't be any discoveries in, like, areas like that? Just bits of wild? Do I need to get it round till it completely covers the light detector? Yes. Oh dear. Oh, that's the other side. That's where we started last time. Okay, so there's two entrances to this ring world. I see now. And it's a ring, it's not a hollowed out sphere at all. That actually makes us... Yeah, this place isn't quite as large as I originally thought. That is in no way a criticism though. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. It can't take me up, it can only take the thingamabob up. There we go. So next I want to find a lantern, don't I? A working lantern, so I can look at those slides. Oh, I see why it's a ring world. That's how they're creating the artificial gravity. That makes sense. It's just spinning. Is this the same place we were before? No, it can't be, because that was a big tower, and this isn't a big tower. So they have the same pictures at multiple sites, it would seem. That's interesting. Don't know how long we've got until the whole thing starts collapsing, mind you. Where did I discover the two slides? Or slide reels, I should say. This was one of them. Okay, I guess I should make a copy of that. A quick copy. I'm certainly not going to into that level of detail. Then we've got the eye symbol. Again, this is a quick sketch. I'm not going into much detail. Then we have what looks almost like some sort of scientific apparatus, but for what, I don't know. For what purpose, I should say, I don't know. That was an odd noise. Is that the beginning of the flooding? Sounds like it. I may be out of time. Oh, this drawing's getting really bad as I try and do it faster and faster. It looks like an alien species on the far left. Okay, this last picture's awful, but I've got a copy of it anyway. Albeit an awful one. Right, what's next? Interesting. So that certainly seems to be this solar system. Everything moves? Is that a different solar system? So a bunch of information's been lost. But they built some sort of spacecraft and came here. That must be this ring world. So they received a signal from the eye of the universe. I think that's essentially what that's telling us. And that brought them here. Interesting. But so far as we can tell, they're gone as well. Okay. Some sort of deep tunnel or tower. Don't know what to make of that, other than they had some sort of machine that does something. Interesting. I did like the fact that those slides made videos. Well, not quite videos. There is a proper name for it, isn't there? Where you have a series of still images that, when played back quickly, create an animation. Oh, that's another way in. I see. I guess I want to head up this way before it all collapses. Don't know how long I've got, to be honest. This is the way we came in. Right. So that's... How many of these settlements are there? Hard to say. There's this one here, which I assume we've mostly explored. When we can get back to the ship, we can check to see if there was anything we missed there. But for now, I'll assume we saw all of it. Good. We're making our way up, which is what we want. Right, now I should be able to make it up to the top there before it all collapses. Ah, there's something over there. Interesting that they would be taller than us, given that it would seem their planet had higher gravity. Judging by the fact that this is 1.3 times Timber Half's surface gravity. Average surface gravity. Don't know if there's anything over there worth exploring. There may be, or there might not be. Well, there's something over there, isn't there? do with the opportunity to refuel my jetpack? Ship log updated, so this is another location we've discovered, it would seem. Oh dear, are we about to get flooded? Another area to view slides. We may get flooded, but not till it's worked all its way round, because of course we're on the other side of the dam here, which actually would imply that we won't get flooded. Because how could the water level get higher here? That wouldn't make sense. In fact, you'd expect the water level to go down. In fact, being a ring world, it's not entirely clear how a dam even works in the first place. That's odd. I can't imagine they'd have had another one of those little theatres unless there was something to view there. How strange. Ah. Nope. No luck here. Ah, I see it. Down here. Oh dear. No more jetpack. I'm gonna have to be very careful. Probably have to go around a very long way, I would guess. Am I trapped? Seems like it, doesn't it? Let me up. Interesting. Is that something of interest? I wonder. How do I get back up? If only I had more fuel. You'll note that oxygen is just an outright worse propellant than fuel. Because this area has oxygen. I have an infinite supply of oxygen. Oh, hey, Entor. It's lovely to see you. I hope I wasn't too slow in replying. How does this game compare to Myst, you say? Myst is better. But the main reason I come down on that... the main reason I've formed that opinion so strongly is because of all the shenanigans with time resetting when you don't want it to, and the game just not respecting player time. It's very frustrating. It's a shame. If it weren't for that, I think this game wouldn't just be good, it would be a classic like Myst. If players were able to explore the world at their own pace and weren't constantly set back. Oh yeah, Myst was a classic. I'm pretty sure Myst was, I'm pretty sure Myst and Riven were both, when they came out, the best-selling video games ever. They've since been very much overtaken, but yes, I would say Myst is a classic. Never played it back in the day. I never played it back in the day. I only played Myst for the first time. What would it have been, like a year and a half ago, something like that? Am I supposed to conclude that there is actual audio information included in these slides? Every slide I go to has a different audio track embedded. That could be the tower thing? Looks like it. So there's some sort of tower thing I can raise. Noted. How have you been, Entor, anyway? Excellent. Right, I don't really have much of a suggestion for where we should go to next, so I guess we'll just jump in the water and see where it takes us. Since my jetpack's not working, and so I don't, or not working very well, so I don't have very much control where we end up. I can't maneuver very well is what I'm getting at. I have to admit, watching you play this is very boring. No killing, no conflict. There's a lot of dying, like that which I'm about to do here by the looks of things. No people to insult you. Well, I'm sorry to hear that this is a little boring. I mean, to be fair, I found it a very slow-paced game, so I can't imagine that it's much more enjoyable to watch. Ah, I see the tower thing. Wasn't it around here that I found the... Oh, we're dead. Never mind, we'll reset. I was about to say, wasn't that around the place I found the fuel refiller? The Slay the Princess Pristine cut comes out in fall. Sorry, in the fall. Do you say fall in Germany? In America they say fall, whereas in Britain we tend to say autumn. But the term, it turns out, fall and spring both emerged, I think it was around Shakespeare's time, maybe not precisely, but like around then. I may have been 100 or 200 years earlier, but around then, if I recall correctly, and they referred to the springing of the leaves and the falling of the leaves, but since then we seem to have abandoned... We've kept spring in British English, but don't use fall anymore. But it persisted in American English. Anyway, good to know. So I'll probably be doing some more Slay the Princess later this year then. Oops. Oh dear, I'm doing a fairly poor job of this. Where's my spacesuit? There's my spacesuit. Can't tell. I'm mixing up American and British English a lot. I mean, the Monty Python... I mean, like Monty Python, but there aren't many British shows anymore I watch. The last one was Doctor Who, and that was years ago. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what British shows, if any, would see much airing abroad. Obviously, being in Britain, I see a fair amount of it. Is there any pushback against American English? Depends what you mean by pushback. I mean, I think generally speaking, if you're at school and you start using American spellings and so on, then you'll be corrected. But aside from that, not really. Obviously, terms which mean, or terms which already have meanings in British English, and those meanings are different, people might pick up on it. So, like in American English, they use the word pants to mean trousers, whereas in British English we use pants to mean underwear. And so certainly if you were in Britain and you said something like what might you say? I don't know, I've got mud on my pants or something like that. That would probably earn you a few looks, but in general, no. I mean, in general, I'd say that a lot of American English is being adopted. Slowly but surely. In school, we learned British English for the most part, and we're told we could either use American or British English in tests, but I don't know about children in school at the moment. Interesting. Should I get off here? I'm a bit late. Kinda curious where I'm gonna end up. Coupling was also a British show I very much enjoyed. I've never heard of Coupling. Never watched the British The Office, neither have I. Right, I think that's where we were before, but I'll double check. Coupling is great, 4 seasons. Interesting. I'm not sure we have been here before, actually. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? I should write this down. It looks like this is some sort of sequence. So possibly a numeral system, though based on celestial bodies. So that's 3/4 obscured, half obscured, 1/4 obscured. That's weird. Then it's the full planet with a ring. Then it's, I assume, the sun. No idea what that is. Could be some sort of star. That could be the eye of the universe, although it may not be. Fire, by the looks of it. Right, and then we're back to the start. The last season isn't that great because one of the main cast left and they had to finish it up, but I very much recommend it. What's it about? What type of program is it? I don't watch a lot of television anymore, but out of curiosity. You're telling me that our character can't fit through that gap? Why do I doubt that? Well, there's no ghost matter in there, which is a good thing. Oh! That looks like the sequence. So it's... sun... eye thing... fire... eye thing... and fire again. Relationship comedy, much like Friends, but much more focused on relationships. Interesting. I've never watched Friends either, as it would happen. Well, hey, we're in. What we've made our way into, I don't know. Why are there all these suitcase-looking things around? These trunks. That almost looked like a snowman from the distance. Like, when I was just casually turning around. I wouldn't mind a refuel of my jetpack. That's an interesting symbol. It's a bit like a combination of the fire and the thing that I was calling the eye. Well, you don't seem to watch many films or TV. No. I do watch some, but not a load. What? No idea what that's trying to tell me. Some sort of organic satellite? Looks almost like they launched a facehugger into space. Interesting. Yeah, I do watch things occasionally, but I don't get a lot of time to watch stuff, so I usually only watch things occasionally, and if I have reason to think I'm going to particularly enjoy it. That's the thing that they buried. The big tower-like thing. Which does something, but we don't know what. Can I get in it via the bottom? Surprisingly, yes. I didn't actually think that would work. Huh, interesting. So I think the second one's the same symbol as the top one, but like rotated 90 degrees either way and superimposed on itself. And the same here, but like with two copies at 120 degrees each. Roast marshmallow, doze off. Okay, I can actually do that. And now we're underwater. I was more doing that to see if it would do anything strange. Just seems to be fire. In here. For some reason. Green fire. What would that imply? Is that copper? Why is this underwater though? What's the point? And if that's fire, where's the oxygen coming from for combustion? Because presumably it would have been used up a long time ago, let alone the fuel, actually. Very strange. Wait, this wasn't near the surface before. As in, like, poking out of the water. Right, there's stuff up there worth exploring. I'm not quite sure how we get there. Like this, I suppose? I'm careful. We get a bit stuck here, though. Yeah, we do. Up here? Maybe? That looks like a bit too much of a leap, though, but I don't see another intermediate leap. Ow. Well, hey! Didn't mean to do that. Never mind. Oh, this is just broken. That's why I couldn't get it to open. Fair enough. You can't translate that language, so... I wonder if we'll ever gain the ability to do so. I assume not, but I don't know. This is also broken by the looks of things. No... We've learned nothing about the ghost matter yet, even though there is ghost matter here. That... Huh. Another interesting, more interesting symbology. I don't know if we can raise the tower that's down there, and I don't know if we'd want to if we could. Oh, has the flooding already happened? Oh, that must have caused the water level to go down where we were, which would be why the tower was then suddenly partially exposed. Yeah. If we can, I might suggest a reset at this point, and then we can check in the ship's log to see what other things there are to be discovered, and possibly a better explanation about some of the things that, I was hoping that would do it. About some of the things we found, but I couldn't quite make heads or tails of. No, I don't want to fall. Why do I fall off some of the roofs but not others when they all seem to be equally as steep? If I activate all these lights, does anything happen? No. Hello, Grumpy Monk. It's a pleasure to meet you. How are you today? Oh wow, did you see how the momentum carried me forwards there? Anyway, I'd probably better get the character killed so that we can reset and then go back to the ship. There's probably another way to do it, but none that would be faster, I would guess. Well, that's the point. I could just use up all our oxygen. Ooh, I didn't realise how deep it was here. There could be underwater stuff. Have you not unlocked the meditation option? I have no idea what you're referring to. Have you beaten the main game? I mean, this is the main game, as far as I'm aware, so no. This is my first playthrough. Which also means no spoilers, please. I'm playing the DLC. I thought this was the main game. I purchased the game, I clicked new expedition, and this is where I ended up. So much fail again. That ship planet is the DLC. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, fair enough. I know I said no spoilers, but that probably is good for me to know. That means there's no point my going there right now. I'm not trolling you. I discovered a little shed, which, well, it was a radio tower, wasn't it? I discovered a little radio tower on Timber Hearth, and it mentioned about there being this strange anomaly, and I could see that there appeared to be an extra planet. And so I went to the little satellite that they'd launched, and then I discovered it, and I went there. This is it, and you can see there's like an extra planet. I would do that after the main game if I were you. Fair enough. Yeah, that's my conclusion as well. I know I said no spoilers, but like, I couldn't have known that was part of the DLC without having like spoiled myself, and presumably I don't need to do the DLC to finish the main game. So that's good information. What am I going to look at then? So I got a bit stuck with the poem. I mean, I was conjecturing that there's probably a specific order that the lines are supposed to be in, and then something happens, and I had some good guesses at what it's supposed to be, but didn't manage to find any sort of solution there. What else have we got? The Quantum Moon. Haven't managed to land on that yet. I feel like I'm missing some essential bit of information. I know there's supposed to be a shrine on the North Pole, but there never is. I know I'm supposed to land on the South Pole, but I don't even know what the South Pole is if there's no shrine on the North Pole, because North and South Pole, as I understand it, is usually defined by magnetic fields, and I have no way to measure magnetism of the Quantum Moon. So, without a shrine on the North Pole, that's not much good. What else could I do? We said we're not doing that right now. Ruptured core I can't do because of the ghost matter that's in the way. I could continue looking for evidence of the Ash Twin project. The central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. The Nomai plan to construct technology capable of producing a 22-minute negative time interval on Ash Twin. Oh, I don't remember reading 22-minute. Huh. Well, I mean, that's the time loops that I've been experiencing. Every memory recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding statue unit within Ash Twin, we knew that. An advanced warp core was approved for installation in the central chamber of Ash Twin. Oh, was it now? So I could take that warp core, assuming... Now this is a bit of a big assumption if this were real life, but this is a video game, so I think it might work. Assuming it had the same connectors that the original warp core and the vessel had, I could in theory take that to the vessel inside Dark Bramble, if I could get my hands on it, plug it in, put in the coordinates of the eye of the universe, which we have, and go there. Everything about the radio station is basically DLC. So if you would want help in a non-spoilerish way, that's very kind of you. I may ask for assistance later on if you're still around. Right now, I feel I have enough leads that I can keep following them. Whitehall Station. Every Nomai warp tower is tuned to a specific astral body. To use a tower, you must be standing on the warp platform. We know all this. There's more to explore here. So, we could go to the Whitehall Station and try to figure out what it is that I didn't discover at the Whitehall Station before. I do find it a little odd that there's apparently stuff to be found at the Whitehall Station that I haven't, because I seem to remember the Whitehall Station was pretty small. But if the game says there's more to be discovered there, then I guess there is. Where is it? Usually I can see it. Hang on. I'll do this the easy way. So if I get rid of the mark on the stranger and add a mark on... Where is it? I've completely forgotten where it is. And I've got this horrible feeling we're going to crash into Timber Half while I'm doing this. That's the Sun Station. By the way, you should really get the meditation option. I can guide you to it. It's an option to restart without having to die. That would be really useful. I've been saying for a very long time that that's something that should just be, that should be in the game. And I'm slightly disappointed that if it is in the game, they didn't give you it by default. I won't ask for assistance for that this moment, but thank you for letting me know. Alright, I'm being absolutely blind. Where was the Whitehall Station? It's going to have a little symbol next to it, isn't it? A little orange symbol telling me I haven't looked at all of it. There it is. Found you. There's the Whitehall Station. So I'm guessing here. I would guess that if there's if it's possible to meditate, then it's probably something we get from Gabbro. He seems like the sort that would meditate. I did a really poor job there. I was kind of hoping I'd get the option to lock on, but that never happened. Yes, I'm going back. Just want to say, you know you don't get meditation from any story part. Wait, did I activate autopilot? I must have. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Right, let's go to the Whitehall Station and see whatever it is that I missed before. Yeah, this is complete guesswork on my part, but I think that Gabbro is probably where we would get meditation from. Let's not forget the suit. That would be painful. So I may pay him a visit in a moment. So if I'm missing something from Whitehall Station, that was close. Is there any chance it's on the outside? Because I didn't I don't think I've thoroughly searched the outside before, because I assumed anything interesting would be on the inside. No, I'm not really seeing anything here. Let's head on in then. So what do we have here? Station goes to Brittle Hollow. Well, we knew that. Welcome to the White House Station. If you fell through the black hole by accident, don't worry, you aren't the first. This warp tower can return you to Brittle Hollow. Every warp tower is tuned to a specific astral body. A tower's warp can only be used during the brief window when the tower is aligned with its corresponding astral body, in this case, Brittle Hollow. You must be standing on the warp platform on the floor during this alignment... during this alignment to be warped. If you look up while the station is rotating, you can see the alignment happens when the astral body is directly overhead. We knew all this. Could be something inside this tablet that we've not read. That seems like a distinct possibility. What is it? It's a projection thingamabob, isn't it? I don't see a reader. Right, that probably just takes us to the other side. As in, there's two entrances to this Whitehall station. This is the only thing I can think that I could have missed. I'd have to... But because they don't seem to have one of the little projection stone readers in here, I'd have to take it off the station. Hang on. If they don't have a projection pool and they don't have a projection stone reader, why do they have a projection stone on Whitehall Station? Right, let's take this back to the spaceship, and I wonder what's going to be the closest place we could take to read this. Probably the station that's orbiting Giant's Deep would be the easiest one to get to. Probably. That would also take us near Gabbro. So, two birds, one stone and all that. What's that? That looks like something that's fallen through from Brittle Hollow. I don't think it's interesting. Yeah, it just looks like a bit of the planet. I don't see anything on it of note. Ah, there's the station. Oh dear. Slow down, slow down. Oh dear. No, I'm alright. I note there still doesn't appear to be any shrine on that quantum moon. Right. So let's do our best to land here. Can I get this up right? There we go. Grab some more fuel and we'll be off. In we go. Which way was it from here? Was that the control room? The launch room? The other one? Oh, that's the launch one. What were they? Launches 2. Tracking 1, which is currently beneath Giant's Deep. We've been there. And that's the control one. So I think we want the launch one to get the... Do we? No, we don't. It's the control pod we want to get to the reader. Let's hope this was the thing that I was supposed to find on White House Station. Here we go. Fingers crossed. Nothing. Well, isn't that curious? Will it show us something interesting? I'm pretty sure we've been very close to here before. I'm not entirely sure why this is useful. Because there's 2 of those, aren't there? 1 at each pole. If those are the things I think they are. It doesn't say our ship's log has been updated though. So that suggests I still missed whatever it was that was supposed to be on the White House Station. That's unfortunate. Huh. Well, let's drop by Gabbro and then maybe we'll go back to the White House Station and try and figure out what it was I missed. You have taken the thing from the White House Station away to the probe launcher outside Giant's Deep. Well, yeah, because I couldn't find on the White House Station anywhere to use it. The ship's log told me there was more to discover in the White House Station. I went there, couldn't see anything more to discover, and so I took this to the nearest... Oh dear. Took this to the nearest place where I could actually read it. Right, let's go back to the ship. Can I get out this way? Yes. Right, where's my ship? My ship should be around here somewhere. There's the ship. Uh-oh. This doesn't look good. No, we are catching up, just. I think we're alright. I can tell you where you're supposed to put the thing. That's alright. I may ask later if I get really stuck. Right, Gabbro. Can I find Gabbro? I have a sneaking suspicion he can teach me how to meditate. I must admit, I don't remember exactly where he is, but I know he's on a little island that's actually above the ocean, so he shouldn't be that hard to find. That's not it, that's the statue workshop, I'm pretty sure. I think this might be it, actually. I'm not 100% sure. I think it might be. Alright, I remember there was ghost matter around here. Ghost matter was down there, wasn't it? So we couldn't get through and explore. I'm starting to think this isn't where Gabbro was. Hang on, I'll put that down there for now. We'll just have to grab it on the way back. Oh. Well, we've definitely not been over here. Is there a safe path through here? There might be, actually. Well, that's not safe. That's not safe. Is this safe? I reckon this might be safe. Okay, then where? So we can go around here. Then what? We can't go there. Is that... What is that? It looks like a giant jellyfish or something. Can I go through here? I can. Looks like someone's been here. Trip 4, entry number whatever, crashes 2, boring crashes 0. Remember to see Slate when I get back. Yeah. All the way down to the core, consider yourself conquered, Giants Deep. You just got feldsparred. Oh, this was... Okay, we did find Feldspar, and we know that he got into the core of Giants Deep. That was one of my more dramatic feats, if I do say so myself. Can't believe I wasn't electrocuted. Can't wait to tell Hornfels and Gosen about this one. I guess brute force isn't always the answer. Right, so that's one more off the list. Seems all that's left is the big one now. Dark Bramble, here I come. So that actually told us nothing because of the order in which I discovered things. I guess this is just another clue about using the jellyfish. Is that everything here? It looks like it. Oh, that's slightly disappointing. With the difficulty for us to get over here, I was hoping that there would be a bit more of a reward, but never mind. How do I get back? Here. Still haven't found Gabbro. This probably isn't the right place. Let's check the ship's log anyway, make sure it hasn't revealed a location where there's more to be discovered. No. So yeah, that was just filling in a bit of middle information, as it were. If you press right or left on the D-pad, you can turn the scouts into camera. Don't need to throw to take pictures. Yes, you can, This is the statue place again, isn't it? Yes, they'll take pictures, in a circle, won't they? What about this? Where is this? We've been here as well. That's the... I've forgotten what it's called, but it's related to the Ash Twin project. This is a likely candidate for where Gabbro's hiding out. In fact, I suspect he probably is here. In fact, I think I may have just seen him. Alright, I'll be back for that. Gabbro, my good man, can you teach me about meditation by any chance? Hey, Time Pal. Nice weather we're having, huh? Wait, have I used that one before? I found something. How do you stay so calm in the face of repeated impending death? Deep breaths. No, seriously, I meditate. Want me to teach you? It'll be the next loop before you know it. Sure, why not? Okay, close your eyes. It is actually going to be the next loop, isn't it? Yep. Okay, at least we have that ability now. I still feel like we should have started with that, but never mind. Presumably we have it now. There's a weird bug where OBS stops recording at the beginning of every time loop, and the solution is that I have to cause the game window to lose focus and regain focus. Otherwise you just see that. There we go, fixed. I have to remember to do that every time, so if on any occasion I forget or don't notice, please do let me know. Oh, you can make it take pictures from your hand. That's interesting. I don't have the scout on me, do I? I need to be in the suit. Oh! That's really, really useful. Thank you for letting me know. How do I meditate? Is it from here? Yes. Right. So, I take it... Yes, there's still more undiscovered stuff at Whitehall Station. I still think it might be that little... projection tablet we found. Where's Whitehall Station? There it is, on the other side of the sun. Because what else is it going to be? The question is, what do we do with it? Even assuming I'm right, and it is the little projection tablet, what good is that to us without either a projection pool or one of those readers that causes... that reads embedded text? Oh, that's the interloper. Oh, I do wish I could lock on to the Whitehall Station more easily. Because even if I wasn't going to use autopilot, it lets me see my my relative speed, which is really useful. There we go. Right, well, the ship's on autopilot. Am I in my suit? Yes, I am in my suit. We'll get slightly closer than that. Good. Over we go. In we go. Right, so there it is. This is probably what we're missing. Since we can meditate now, I wonder if I'm supposed to take this to Brittle Hollow, particularly the other part of the Whitehall Station. I say because we can meditate, because I'm obviously going to be brought a long way away from my ship, but if I can just meditate and restart, that doesn't really matter. Because I believe there is both a projection platform, a projection pool, and one of the projection tablet readers next to the White House station on Brittle Hollow. Yes, over here. So this would be my best guess. Yes! Also, that establishes a very interesting point. It looks like these tablets, projection stones, are, they're tied to a specific reader. I can't just, I can't put this projection stone into any projection stone reader and get the text out. Why they're paired with given readers, I don't know. Security? Hi, Rami and I reviewed the records you sent, Poke, and they appear to show Nomai arriving at the warp receiver on Brittle Hollow slightly before departing from the White House station. Well, we already read about this. The fact that they would arrive early. Or the fact that black hole, white hole interactions lead to travelling back in time. We read about that in the high power lab on Ember Twin, didn't we? As I've already told Rami, these measurements can't be accurate. How could Nomai arrive on Brittle Hollow before he or she ever stepped into the teleporters? The implications are absurd. I don't disagree. It would mean I've inadvertently broken several fundamental theories regarding this universe. We'd have to reconsider all of our beliefs about the nature of time. Yes, I hope so too. Poke, as Pi is confident the reading is inaccurate, she's kindly helping me attempt to recreate this phenomenon at the High Energy Lab. We're designing an experiment to take more data. An update, Poke. The High Energy Lab is in the canyon on Ember Twin's equator. Come here at once. You need to see this. I understand it's exceedingly odd, but Clary and I have tested and retested the equipment, and the result is the same every time someone warps. The interval is incredibly minuscule, roughly 100,000th of a second. That means the game devs don't actually have to turn back the clock in the game every time you warp. Do you suppose that instruments can accurately measure time to such a small degree? Right, can I just warp back? I may be able to just warp back. Boom! Right, let's go back to the ship. So, first things first, let's find out if that actually was the thing that was causing the ship's log to tell me there was more to do at the White House station. Yes, that appears to have been it. Actually, thinking about it, in my physical notes, I probably should actually make a note to say projection stones appear to be tied to a specific projection stone reader. That may be relevant in the future. Okay. So we can cross White House Station off the list. I'd still love to get onto that quantum moon, but I feel like we're missing something. I also feel like the whole Quantum Grove pointing to me towards the poem is a lead that I haven't followed. Ruptured core, can't get there because of all the ghost matter. The Ash Twin project? I mean, in theory, we want to get... There's more to be done there. But I don't know how we'd get in there. I feel like the Ash Twin project is most likely to lead to a major breakthrough, especially if they have a warp core in there. Although that wouldn't, at most that would help me get to the Eye of the Universe, which may well be the end of the main game, I don't know. But it wouldn't help me get past, it wouldn't help me get to the Quantum Moon. I'll tell you what I can do while we're deciding where to go next. I should rediscover Feldspar, because for some reason Feldspar isn't marked off as found, even though we have found him. I keep saying I should do it. I may as well do that now. That's Brittle Hollow. Where's Dark Bramble? Where is Dark Bramble? Hold on, there's an easy way to do this, isn't there? Dark Bramble, where are you? Where are our Dark Bramble notes? The vessel. Oh wait, did I discover everything on the vessel as well? The vessel's warp core is long dead. Oh, is that all I didn't know? So yeah, the question mark on the vessel's disappeared. Well, not the question mark, the symbol they used to show you there's more to explore. There's Dark Bramble. I mean, we could see that warp core was not in a good state of repair, but apparently that's the thing that we were missing. You have done an extremely large amount in this game for not having reached the Quantum Moon. Oh, thank you. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, but I will take it as such. Let me tell you, I really wish I had that meditation when I was doing most of that exploration and discovery. Never mind, I have it now. Right, like I say, we're not going to learn anything here. I just want to make sure the game knows we've already found Feldspar. Sorry for my misspellings, my autocorrect is in Swedish. No worries at all. Right, that one next, but there may be anglerfish about. I don't like the number of lights I'm seeing. Oh well, all we can do is just aim ourselves at that particular spot and hope we don't get eaten. Excellent, excellent. Oh, this is it, isn't it? This is Feldspar's camp. Like I say, we've already been here. I just want to properly have him discovered. So get the signal reader out and hopefully this will do the trick. Excellent. Whoa, where'd you come from? No one's come here in, well, ever actually. That makes you the second Hearthian to ever reach Dark Bramble. After me, of course. Well done. Say, it's you. They made you an astronaut and you haven't blown yourself up yet? Good for you. Well, all of these responses are a bit silly because we already knew he was here, but never mind. Heh. You got it in one. Kind of hard not to once you've seen one of those fish up and close and personal like. Well, take a load off and refill your oxygen tank, hatchling. There's plenty of fire to go around. I found something. I went to the core of Giant's Deep. I found the frozen jellyfish near your ship. I found the anglerfish nest. I found a dark bramble seed on Timber Half. I found Nomai writing saying anglerfish are blind. Actually, never mind. Yeah, all of that's old hat to us. Right, let's meditate until the next loop. Yes. Hello? That was a bit weird. Never mind. So, where do we go next? What do we do next? I said I didn't want spoilers, but I have a very specific question. If you're still here, the entry in the ship log, in the ship's log, makes a big deal about the poem at the tree in the grove on Timber Hearth. Is that a red herring or not? Should I actually be trying to solve something there? Because up till now I've been treating it as if it's a puzzle which I don't yet... Not only do I not know the solution to, but I don't yet fully understand. But it could just be a red herring. Yeah, I found a poem written on one of those trees in the grove. Like, why would the game tell me that if that wasn't relevant information? It's not important. Oh, okay. That's very good information. Okay, I have a second very specific question then. Is there anything more that I'm supposed to get from the Quantum Grove? I know about the little tunnels that if you go inside the geyser and you can read about the ancestors of the Hearthians, they're like fish with 4 eyes and stuff like that. Like, is this supposed to lead anywhere? You don't think so? Okay, thank you. That will save me a lot of time. Thank you so much. So what do I have left? I'm ignoring the DLC stuff. There's the ruptured core, but I can't get to that because I have no way through ghost matter. I think the only things I have left are the Ash Twin project, the ruptured core, and the quantum moon. And so unless the quantum moon gives me a way to get through ghost matter, I won't be exploring the ruptured core anytime soon. In theory, if I could get the warp core that's housed inside the Ash Twin project, I could take that to the vessel. I could plug it in. I could hopefully take myself off to the Eye of the Universe, and then maybe that would finish things up for now. By the way, you get information about how to get to the quantum moon knowledge by pressing the button at the right ship controls. Hold on, eh? Let me set a course for Ash Twin. Do you mean this information? Chert's research notes, hold on, what did that say? Chert's research notes mention a quantum moon that no Herthian has been able to land on. Yeah, we knew about that. And this, and this. Or were you talking about something else? Is this the information you meant? It's called the eject button. Oh, that button. This one. Here. Again, that is a bit of a spoiler, but to be fair, I would never have thought of that. So thank you, I suppose. If using the eject button gives you knowledge that helps you get onto the quantum moon, then you have given me a significant part of the solution to getting onto the quantum moon. Oh, it was a joke, okay. See, I didn't know. I didn't think it was completely ridiculous, because I hadn't thought of it before, but maybe it's just my ship that can't land on the quantum moon, and if I ejected when I was right underneath the quantum moon, I would end up there or something. I mean, pure speculation, but fair enough. Sorry I didn't get the joke. You should still try. You just yeet yourself out your ship with the button. That's what I imagined it would do. Now, when I was in that projection pool, it was the projection stone I took from the White House station, but I had placed it in the projection pool that's in the station that orbits Giant's Deep. I'm pretty sure I saw one of these, didn't I? No, I didn't. What did I see? It was a big tower with lots of electrical stuff at the top. Oh, that was it. That's what I saw. Oops. So it was on Ember Twin. Since we've got loads of time while we wait for the ash to move, or the sand to move, I should say, let's have a look over here. I honestly don't remember if we've explored this before. I don't remember at all. That's the projection pad. Or projection pool, rather. Do I have my suit on? I do not. Let's put that on. Oh, no, it's perfectly fine. I was just taking things a little too literally. Is that just the high energy? I think that's just the high energy lab. And since they were talking about the high energy lab in the same in the same projection stone, the one from the Whitehall station. Yeah, that is what this is, isn't it? I'd just forgotten what it looked like from above. Yes, because it's down there that they keep all the white holes and black holes, isn't it? Yeah, we can't quite see from there, but I'm 99... No, I'm 100% certain that is the place. Thank you, I appreciate that. So as before, I'm... Oh, these sites also have similar... similar structures surrounding them. That'll be why I got confused. Right, I assume once all the sand is gone, we can just follow this down or something? I would guess. That's going up. What about the other one? It's possible that those elevator-looking things only exist so that players on the ground can get up to the top, though, and that has nothing to do with getting inside the planet. It's a distinct possibility we must consider. Yeah, that one also looks like it's going up. Yep. Well, I guess we keep circling Ash Twin while we wait for more of the sands to empty off, and we look for signs as to how we get inside. We have good reason to believe that it should be possible to get inside there. And once we do, we're expecting to find all the masks and a warp core. Oh, I've just realised a problem. Let's suppose I'm right and there's a warp core in there and they're using it as a power source. Once I pull the warp core, I don't want to be told, I'm just thinking on my feet here, but is it possible I would lose the ability to time loop? Because it wouldn't store my memories if it had no power, potentially. I wonder. Something we should be cautious of. You'll know when the Ash project is located right. Excellent news. That's the sun station, isn't it? So yes or no? That was a rhetorical question. I've already been to all the stations here. I don't know if I could name them all without checking my notes, though. I do have all these in my notes, though. That's the page. So I think that's Timberhearth. That's the sun. That one is Giant's Deep. It's supposed to resemble a tornado in design. That's the Ash Twins one. Well, there's two of them connected by a bridge. Is that all of them? I haven't done Brittle Hollow, have I? So, Timber Half, Sun, Giant's Deep, oh no, that's the Sun. So the one I said was the Sun, that must have been Brittle Hollow. And that's the Hourglass Twins one. Unfortunately, this is one of the things that really, I think, lets this game down and it takes it from being what would be an absolute classic and makes it just a good game. Is all the waiting. Like, I can see how conceptually the time looping and the time-based puzzles may seem exciting, but from the player's perspective, it's not great. That sun's looking quite a deep orange already. I don't know how much time we're actually going to have. You can sleep at fire camps. Oh, so you can fast forwards. If so, that would have been jolly nice to have known earlier. I'm a little concerned about how little time we're actually going to have to do stuff once enough of this is uncovered. If you don't mind, answer, why did you not want to answer my previous question? Oh, sorry, I misread it. You know where the Ash Twin project is located, right? Inside Ash Twin was my impression. I understand it's behind some sort of barrier. They encased it. So I don't know the precise location. I'm assuming it's going to be revealed. Where is it? The central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. That's the one. Sorry, that's on me. I suppose, actually, I should check the towers they have here for Ember Twin and Ash Twin. It's possible that this is actually the way in, and that I just haven't properly explored it. That's a distinct possibility I should consider. That wants to take me to some planet. No idea which one. As does this one, it would seem. Whoops. No, please don't take me away, Sans. I want to go back. Okay, good. I'm not too far gone. Oh, my ship's gone. That's less than ideal. What? Oh dear. Is that Chert? Did he get brought down here from... from Ember Twin? I have never seen that before. Alright, where does this want to take me? I thought he was at the equator though. Sorry, not the equator, the exact opposite. I thought he was at the pole. One of the poles, so he wouldn't be hit by that. Well, it's not Brittle Hollow, because that's out of alignment. Not Dark Bramble. Could be Giant's Deep. It's a bit out of alignment. And now it's gone all the way around again. So this doesn't want to take me anywhere, it would seem. Can I expect the same from the other side? Well, that one's broken, so I wouldn't rely on it work. I suppose it might still work. It's only the glass. It's always possible this only works at a certain time of day or something, though. Oh dear. Are we in trouble? Okay, let's check the poles again. Hello, I think something has been exposed. Oh, if only I could get there. I think we're in business. Or not. Are there several entrances? Yeah. That's just going to take me up to the top, I'm pretty sure. Which isn't all that useful. No, this really hasn't been very useful. Let's check the other one. Oh, I think everything's completely exposed now. Looks like there's something down there. Nope. That would just take me up. Look at all the shiny stones. What's making them glow? They're not radioactive. Though with time looping and everything, I suppose they wouldn't present much of a threat. Well, it'll be supernovaing soon, but I haven't found any indication of how we get into the planet. Probably just gonna suffocate at this point. Huh, this has been a little disappointing. Guess I've still got more to learn. Oh, I could hear the supernova happening anyway. I would recommend checking through the entire ship log text about the Ashtwin project and check what you know about it. I'll do that in just a second. Right, where were we? Ashtwin project. The central chamber inside Ashtwin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. The Nomai planned to construct technology capable of producing a 22-minute negative time interval on Ashtwin. Every memory recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within Ashtwin. An advanced warp core was approved for installation in the central chamber of Ashtwin. That's why I want to get to it. I want that warp core. Huh. But that doesn't tell me how to get inside. I don't think we've seen an example of warping through an object yet, have we? So I don't know. I was just considering, could they have a warp core that will take you inside Ashtwin? Because I don't think we've ever warped through matter, I'm not convinced. Sorry, I need to go, but hopefully we'll be back soon. Oh no, that's absolutely fine. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it. If you don't make it back, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And if you do, I'll look forward to it. So it's clear there's something else I'm supposed to be doing here. Well, in the state the planet's in right now, there is no way I'm going to be able to get into it without some sort of technological assistance. Hold on. I don't think I can tell the ship to orbit, so I'll just pull away a bit. I'm just worried about crashing while I'm... There we go. I think we'll be okay while I'm looking at the ship's log. Oh, look at that reflection on the screen in the bottom right. Don't know what's causing that. A warp tower's alignment point is not its receiver, rather a warp tower always aligns with the centre of its corresponding astral body. The warp receiver must be I think that means that the warp receivers need to line up with the centre of planets, or in the case of the hourglass twins, between them, not with the receiver on the other end. Well, the sender doesn't have to line up with the receiver. The warp receiver must be located on or in close orbit around the relevant astral body. The hourglass twins are so close together they function as a single astral body with a shared alignment point in between them. All of the warp towers were being constructed on Ash Twin, while the 6 warp receivers were being constructed on different locations. A Nomai named Poke successfully forged an advanced warp core for the Ash Twin project. A diagram depicting the alignment angle between a warp tower and its corresponding astral body. Warp tower alignment angles are not exact, they only need to be within 5 degrees of the astral body centre. This results in slightly longer warp windows that last roughly several seconds. Anyone stepping onto the warp platform during the active window will be immediately warped. The Nomai mined ore from this site to craft a protective shell designed to physically seal off the central chamber inside the Ash Twin. Once the shell was finished, the Nomai checked to ensure there were no longer any physical entrances or cracks. The Nomai discovered a species of 4-eyed semi-aquatic life forms in the waterways near the mine. So there's no way in from the planet, so again, that suggests I need to warp there. The island must be where the Nomai created statues, like the one in our observatory. I found a Nomai statue lying on the beach. It looks just like the one in our observatory. Nomai statues were designed to pair with a single user, record their memories, and send those memories to a storage unit within the Ash Twin project. Each storage unit inside the Ash Twin project was equated with a mask, the statue's counterpart, which could then send those stored memories back to the corresponding user. The statues were designed to only activate once the Ash Twin project succeeded or in the event that it failed. The Nomai successfully reproduced the temporal anomaly first observed at the Whitehall station. Warped objects appear to arrive before they depart. The Nomai discovered they could increase a negative time interval between arrival and departure by adding energy to the warp cores. The Nomai wanted to know if a 22-minute negative time interval was possible. They concluded it would require new technology to produce the necessary energy, as well as an advanced warp core to handle those energies. Ash Twin was proposed as the location for the project. Designed for each of the towers on Ash Twin's equator. Each tower warps to... Oh, so we're not actually travelling back in time. We're just going through the same process that the probe launch station goes through. We're having memories implanted into us. We're having more and more memories implanted into us at the same moment at the beginning of the 22-minute warp window. Designed for each of the towers on Ash Twin's equator. Oh, and it's being activated by the equipment failure, or that process was activated by the equipment failure of the probe exploding, I guess. And the probe was never meant to fire. We learnt, the probe launch station around Giant's Deep, they abandoned that, didn't they? Even though in the end it worked. So that's why our first memory is of it blowing up, because something, whether just due to natural degradation or something else, caused it to trigger at that moment and start doing the project that it had been programmed to do, trying to find the eye of the universe. And so that's the beginning of the time loop, and or that's why it's the beginning of the time loop due to the equipment failure. That still raises the question, why do we get the supernova at the end of the 22 minutes though? Perhaps due to the amount of energy that's being pulled? I mean, I thought they were using a warp core, but maybe the warp core, when it activates, triggers a supernova in the sun? Designs for each of the towers on the Ashton's equator. Each tower warps to a different planet, although many Nomai were quick to note that the sun is not actually a planet. Each tower was designed to visually reflect its warp destination. The towers allowed the Nomai to quickly travel between Ashtwin and all other locations crucial to the Ashtwin project. That still doesn't tell me how to get inside, though. Oh, was time paused while I was looking at the ship's log? That's convenient. I mostly left because I wanted to check how much time had passed. Several large Nomai towers form a ring around Ashtwin's equator. The Whitehall Station was used as a model for these towers, which were built for the Ashtwin project. I don't know, short of warping in, I don't know how else I'd do it. So my current thinking is that there are 2 towers there, notionally for the Ashtwin project. Sorry, I get it wrong, don't I? Let me try again. There are 2 towers here that correspond to Ashtwin and Ember Twin. I wonder if they could have something to do with getting into the planet. Because of the time that would be involved in transporting the warp core, I can be pretty confident that I would have to be able to get in there from fairly early on in the time loop. There, that would be where Chert is, I think. Yes. So I don't know how... If that was his body we found, I don't know how he ended up there. So that's the sun tower. Ah, could that be the Ash... Oops. Could that be the Hourglass Twins towers emerging? I think it is. Let me park this on the equator where it's least like... Not the equator, the poles. One of the poles where it's least likely to just disappear. Did we just bounce? We just bounced. Hang on, hang on. It fell down, never mind. There they are. I do have a slight problem now. There we go, I was leaving the planet. That was a slight problem. There they are. Right, hopefully if I stay here I can't be pulled up. Is that sort floor sinking with the sand or something? Because we know that the lower the sand is, the oh, has this been mostly exposed now? The lower the sand is, the higher the elevator will take you. Huh. It's mostly exposed, but for the actual entryway, I think. Yeah, because when the sands are have completely reached the bottom, you can just, you can ride that elevator all the way up to the top, can't you, from the base of the tower? What happens to that floor? Or am I misunderstanding? Can I get in there yet? Yes. Just. Seems like there should be a scroll around here that goes in there. This is a black hole, isn't it? Not a white hole. So this is a sender, not a receiver, I think, is what we would conclude from that. Huh. Return warp status charged. So that's where that takes me. Welcome back. Is there a scroll around here? Because there's a scroll reader over there with no scroll. I've just been considering possible options to get into inside Ash Twin. Oh, there's that body again. I know that they've built a perfect protective shell around the Ash Twin project, so I'm not getting in except by something like warp. But if I can warp in, I don't know where from. The warp, if I can get to the warp course at all, presumably it's on the inside, which would mean I'd have to physically be there. I can look inside using some of the projection stones, but that doesn't actually get me inside. I've got a sneaking suspicion this isn't going to work. Because it's broken, but we'll see. Again, if you'd want any help, I could help you with spoilers. Or perhaps that was supposed to be without any spoilers. Well, that's okay. I might ask after I've been stuck a little longer. Yes, you did mean without. Where am I going to end up? This is less than ideal. Right, let's go to the ship. But I appreciate you may not be around by then. Oh dear. Oh no, we are falling. Good. I was worried we were just going to end up in orbit. Excellent. The central chamber was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. I'm gonna go again soon, but I really hope you still live when I come back. Oh, live, sorry. I'll bear that in mind. I won't be streaming for a very long time still, but I'll bear that in mind. Let's look at some of these entries I haven't read yet. There may be a clue. The broken remains of a Nomai space station in orbit around Giants Deep. There are 3 access ways branching off from the central hub area. The orbital probe cannon was created to find the precise location of the Eye of the Universe. The Nomai pushed the orbital probe cannon above its maximum power setting to create the greatest chance of finding the Eye of the Universe. The launch module is badly damaged, but its projection pool is still intact. A Nomai named Mallow argued that it wouldn't matter if the cannon structure integrity was compromised, since they only need to fire the probe once. A Nomai named Privet countered that they wouldn't be capable of receiving the probe's data if the probe tracking module was destroyed. I really want you to be alive the time I get back. Okay, no worries. The orbital probe cannons launch millions of probes. The 9,318,054th probe located a deep space anomaly matching all known criteria for the Eye of the Universe. The statue in the probe tracking module automatically records each probe's trajectory and transmits the data to the Ash Twin project. I found Nomai coordinates marking the location of the Eye of the Universe. That I did. The new, more sensitive locator the Nomai built in the observatory was unable to detect any trace of the Eye's signal. Based on their knowledge of the quantum moon, the Nomai believed the Eye was in a distant orbit around the Sun. The Nomai decided to stop searching for the Eye's signal and instead look for it visually by sending out a deep space probe. I wonder why they concluded that from the quantum moon. There were concerns that the probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. Most cyclones on Giants Deep rotate clockwise. These are the cyclones that Nomai used to send components into orbit. There also exists a rarer type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction and pushes objects beneath the waters and below the current. Feldspar's camp. Feldspar is alive! They crashed their ship and are now camping inside a huge anglerfish skeleton. Feldspar didn't think my scout tracker is wrong when it says my scout is in 2 places at once. They have a theory that space doesn't work the same inside Dark Bramble. Feldspar doesn't sound overly eager to return to civilization. They've been enjoying the relative peace and quiet. Feldspar documented their attempts to eat this enormous jellyfish frozen in the ice. The outside was all rubbery and tough, possibly because it insulates the jellyfish's insides from getting zapped by electricity. Feldspar decided to venture into the jellyfish's interior cavity to see if it tasted any better on the inside. After tasting the inside of the jellyfish, Feldspar concluded that these jellyfish are only useful for insulation from electricity. An island of thorny vines and what appears to be a frozen jellyfish. It looks like Feldspar camped here before heading off to Dark Bramble. A seed from Dark Bramble crashed here and has already taken root. Techeye wants to use a scout launcher to get a look at what's inside. My signal scope picks up harmonica music when I aim it at the seed. I launch my little scout into the seed. Somehow the seed is much bigger on the inside. Ryback has set up camp at the bottom of the crossroads. Their excitement at being surrounded by so much Nomai history is matched only by their terror of the black hole. Ryback is Timberhurst's only archaeologist. They overcame their fear of space to explore Brittle Hollow's treasure trove of Nomai culture. The ocean is surprisingly calm beneath the current. Some sort of electrical field surrounds the planet's core. I passed through the electric barrier and reached the coral forest at the planet's core. Gabbro is lounging in a hammock near the island's shore. Gabbro found a Nomai statue on another island. The statue's eyes started glowing and Gabbro saw their memories flash before their eyes. Gabbro remembers dying. They saw their memories flash before their eyes just at the time when with the statue. Gabra and I seemed to be the only ones aware that we're in a time loop. So that's that fully looked at. Every Nomai warp tower is tuned to a specific astral body. To use a tower, you must be standing on the warp platform during the tower's alignment with its corresponding astral body. The alignment happens when the astral body is directly overhead. The Nomai noticed something strange. Warped objects appear to arrive at the receiver on Brittle Hollow slightly before they departed the Whitehall station. This negative time interval between an object arriving and departing was incredibly minuscule, roughly 100,000th of a second. The Nomai were skeptical if their equipment could even measure time to such a small degree. The Sun Station was designed to make the Sun go supernova. The Nomai fired the Sun Station, but it had no effect on the Sun. They concluded that the Sun Station could never cause the Sun to go supernova. After the failure of the Sun Station, the Nomai took a break to investigate the newly arrived comet. According to a Nomai computer, our Sun has reached the end of its natural life cycle. A Nomai city built into the walls of a huge underground cavern. The city is divided vertically into 4 districts. The Nomai debated building a sun station in order to power the Ash Twin project. Several Nomai opposed its construction, arguing that failure could result in the destruction of the solar system. The Nomai travelled to this solar system in pursuit of a signal from something older than the universe itself. They named the source of this signal the Eye of the Universe. Chert has set up their astronomical gear on the North Pole of Ember Twin. Chert has spotted an unusually high number of supernovae recently. Nomai children used to play a game here. One player was the anglerfish and wore a blindfold. The rest of the children, the little fish, lined up against one wall. When the anglerfish said go, the little fish had to sneak across to the other side. The blindfold rule was added because real anglerfish are blind. The adult Nomai were delighted to see the children incorporate their research into the game's rules. One of the Nomai escape pods that crashed in our solar system. All 3 escape pods were launched from something called the Vessel, which was badly damaged. The Nomai constructed a temporary settlement beneath their crashed escape pod. The Nomai worked together to recall an eye-shaped signal they encountered while aboard the vessel. The signal was somehow older than the universe itself. The Nomai decided to call it the Eye of the Universe. The Nomai abandoned their settlement over growing concerns about its stability. A Nomai city suspended beneath Brittle Hollow's northern glacier. The city is divided vertically into 4 districts. I found a switch in the Meltwater district that raises and lowers the Black Hole Forge. The Nomai debated how to obtain the powerful, highly advanced warp core required for the Ash Twin project. The Nomai travelled to this solar system in pursuit of a signal from something older than the universe itself. They named the source of this signal the Eye of the Universe. A mural of a Nomai vessel encountering a signal. A mural of a dark bramble ensnaring the Nomai vessel. A mural of 3 escape pods evacuating the Nomai vessel. One of the 3 escape pods that crashed in our solar system. All 3 escape pods were launched from something called the Vessel, which was badly damaged. One of the 3 Nomai escape pods that crashed in our solar system. All 3 escape pods were launched from something called the Vessel, which was badly damaged. The survivors from escape pod 3 detected 2 distinct beacons from the vessel, as it was in 2 locations at once. The survivors from escape pod 3 followed one of the 2 vessel beacons to a small dark bramble seed where they could go no further. The Nomai could faintly hear the vessel's beacon from within the seed, but the opening was too small for a single Nomai to fit through, much less an escape pod. The vessel's beacon was dying and would soon be gone completely. If I launch my scout ship into the seed, I can take photos of an enormous derelict Nomai ship. A huge cylindrical structure that generates a strong upwards gravity field. I recalled a Nomai shuttle from the Quantum Moon. That I did. The North Pole of Brittle Hollow is covered in snow and ice. There is a uniquely shaped Nomai ruin on the surface. The Nomai were able to warp here from the Whitehall station. This is where they first recreated warp technology. The only alternative I can think of, if I can't get into the Ash Twin project, then I would need to create a warp core myself, or repair the existing one. I guess we could go back to Brittle Hollow and see if the Black Hole Forge would be up to the task. I found a Nomos shuttle almost completely encased in ice. The Nomai landed on the Interloper not long after its arrival in the solar system. The shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. There were 3 Nomai aboard the shuttle. One of them stayed behind to keep the shuttle warm while the others 2 explored the Interloper. Clary, the gnome who stayed behind, lost contact with the other 2 after they descended below the Interloper's surface. A huge cylindrical structure that generates a strong upwards gravity field. I recalled a Nomo shuttle from the Interloper. But the fact that this is a question mark does make me think I should be able to get in there. Let me see. I'm trying to think what's in contact with the Ash Twin project. Obviously I am via the memory statues, so is Gabbro, and I suppose so is the probe launcher. So I could go back to that station and have another quick look around. I mean, I know there's nothing more there to be discovered notionally, but according to the ship's log. What was that? I don't know. I can't find it now. Maybe this was it. No, how could it have been? I was already looking at the... Oh, I see. It's in 2 halves. Okay. Which we already knew. Well, more than 2 halves. It's in pieces, the station. I think I was just looking at different pieces of it. This is not where I wanted to be, is it? No, I just went in and left again. Is this the one I wanted? No. Is this the one I wanted? No. So this one? Probably? Maybe? Am I just about to leave again? Well, we'll find out. No, this is where I want it to be. Oh dear. Ow. Right, that's Giant's Deep. Neither of these seem to be... Yeah, that's underneath Giant's Deep. Neither of these seem to be connected to the Ash Twin project. There is one of those projection pools, or rather there is a projection stone and pool on Giant's Deep itself that is connected though, isn't there? To the Ash Twin project, I'm pretty sure. No! Let me in! I'm in. Good. Right, down to the planet. Right, that's not what I was looking for, is it? Isn't it notable that I've managed to get this far without having to go through any ghost matter? Maybe the ghost matter is DLC content. I don't know that, but I do wonder. I think this is where I wanted to be. Oh dear. Muck that up a bit. There we go. Blimey, 2 times gravity. Right, I believe what I'm looking for is over here. If I recall correctly. That's almost certainly not it. Over the other side? Oh, that's Brittle Hollow. Where was the projection stone then that let me see into the Ash Twin project? I mean, the only other sensible place you'd think for it to be would be on Brittle Hollow. Where else could it be? I suppose strictly speaking... Oh, I think I know where it is. I think it's in the... Yeah, I think it's in the other... big Nomai place on this planet. Well, they made all the memory statues. That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Let me find that one then. I think that's it. Yes, that looks like it. would it be? Up here? Probably? Yes. I think we're on to a winner. Yes! Can I launch my... No, I can't launch my probe in here. Look at the sparkly stuff. That looks just like the sparkly stuff we saw on the other side of Ash Twin, when all the sand had left. I'm trying to look for clues as to how I would get in here. I want that warp core. Oh, it sounds like it's going supernova anyway. That was an odd noise. Is that the warp core? If that's the warp core, I don't think we're getting it. Black Hole Forge? Maybe? If we examine that more closely now that we know that we have access to a broken warp core, maybe there's a way we can repair it? In a way, that does actually make more sense. Because we have no reason to believe that the warp core that got installed in the Ash Twin project is going to be compatible with the warp core in the vessel. But the warp core in the vessel should be. Hello, I'm... Welcome back, Grumpy Monk. I still have no ideas how I would get into Ash Twin to try and nab the warp core, so I'm currently thinking I should go back to the Black Hole Forge and carefully examine whether there's a way I can repair the warp core that's on the vessel. And I will be here until the stream ends, hopefully. Yeah, I don't know how long that's going to be. Normally it wouldn't be much longer, but I don't know how much more there is. There's a real possibility that if I had a breakthrough around now, I might then suddenly finish the main game tonight. Where's the... There it is. The way into the planet. As usual, I'm here if you want help. Thank you, I appreciate it. Right, first things first, we lower the Black Hole Forge. Oh no, it's raise it, isn't it? Technically. Well, I say technically, it's going up, not down, so yes, we raise it. Right, now I need to navigate the ship in. Which is always a lot of fun. Right, so cracks in the surface. Huh. Not seeing any yet. Let's put our scout down over here, just so that when I get... Oh, there. Oh, there. Hold on. Just so that when I get below the surface, I'll be able to locate the North Pole more easily. That'll do. Because things might get confusing, especially if I'm bumping against things. Aha, is that a way in? That is a way in. I need to be very careful now, because I do not want to go into that black hole. Under no circumstances do I want to go into that black hole. Ah, this is where I want to be, isn't it? Why am I going down? I'm pressing up. Oh. This is fine. I guess I must have had too much downwards momentum and just kept going towards the black hole despite my best efforts. Careful now, I thought that autopilot was going to get me toasted by the sun for a second. Huh. It's left me quite a long way away. Maybe the autopilot only takes you to the last known position of the... or the position of the astral body when you started the autopilot? Right, let's try this again. Right, with just a little luck. Yep, looks like I can do it this time, I think. There we go. This is what we wanted. I'm going to the Black Hole Forge. It's one of the most obnoxious places to get to in this entire game. And we're here. You know there is an easier way, right? I have not found an easier way. Although I have looked. Right. So we're in the Black Hole Forge. Is there anything here that looks to me like it could be used to repair a broken warp core? Unfortunately, I think the answer is no. Oh, can we look into the... Ash Twin project from here as well? Oh, I guess I need to take this out. Over here? Pretty sure I've read this before, but I'll double check what it says. I've good news, Yarrow. The advanced warp core is ready to be installed in the central chamber of Ash Twin. No, it isn't. Is everything well at the forge? The core's durability could still be improved. I need more time. Ignore her, Yarrow. The core is finished, and if my sister tells you otherwise, then she will be finished as well. Don't worry, love. Poke is only nervous. The core is extraordinary, and her design work is beautifully clever. I'm intrigued, love. Everyone here working on the Ash Twin project is excited to see it. Pi is beside herself with joy. That's interesting. What's in my hand? I don't know. That's a very good question. Let's do a bit of experimenting. Right, that didn't come with me. Which I suppose we expected. Oh, I noticed there's no collision with the scout. Right, the scout's no longer in my hand when I end up here. Ah, but it's back in my hand when I end up back here. Okay, so I can somehow get the scout inside the Ash Twin using the projection stone. I assumed not, because it is a projection stone, but I didn't know for sure. It was worth a go. Exit to surface. Well, I don't want to take that right now. Those go down, don't they? But the towers are collapsed, so you can't actually go down that way. Black Hole Forge. Well, we've just been into the Black Hole Forge and didn't find any way to repair a warp core there, unfortunately. If there were another way here, I assume it would be via here, but this just points at the black hole and doesn't take you here if you fall into the black hole. It depends what you mean by what you're looking for. I came over here just because I was thinking this might, if there were an easier way over here, not using the spaceship, then I figure it may be turning up here. But more generally, why I came to the Black Hole Forge, that was because I wanted to check if there's any way I could repair the warp core that was on the vessel if I came back here. Because this is, I'm pretty sure this is where they created the advanced warp core. It's possible it isn't. We may as well go into the black hole at this point, mightn't we? It'll just be a quick way back into space. I don't particularly want to go to Hollow's Lantern, but I'll give the ship something to do. So yeah, I'm a bit of a loss. Actually, I'll tell you what. The fact that all of this is connected up, but the interloper stuff isn't, and it's over here in this right-hand corner, that makes me think the interloper stuff is more likely to be to do with the DLC than the main game. So we can probably ignore it for now. You're going to send me through the sun, aren't you? I'd rather you didn't. I really would rather you didn't. Oh dear. That got a little... That was a little too close for comfort. Oh look, there's that quantum moon again. I would note, without a shrine again, so far as I can see. We'll have a closer look though. I may have come in a bit too fast. There we go. Yep, I see no evidence of a shrine here. I'm just having a close look at the quantum moon. Notionally, I'm supposed to be able to land on its southern pole if there is a shrine on its northern pole. But I mean, you can see as well as I can, there's no shrine here. At least not that's visible from space. I don't suppose it would give off a quantum frequency which is distinct from the moons as a whole. No, no evidence of that either. No distress beacons. No deep space radio. Certainly no Outer Wilds adventures. I have a, not a spoiler thing I would say, but which would help a great deal with the quantum moon. That's alright, for now. I'm more concerned with the Ash Twin project. I just examined the quantum moon there because it just happened to be there when I was coming this way. Ash Twin project is more important. Yeah. That sun's gonna go supernova any moment now, isn't it? So I know I can't make it into Ash Twin from the surface. There's very good reason to believe that it's impenetrable. But I also don't know of a single warp station which goes there. I suppose it is a warp core, isn't it? So in theory, if I could talk to the warp core, I might be able to tell it to warp out of there, depending upon how warp cores actually work. So I don't have to actually go in there at all. But then again, why would there be a big question mark on the ship's logs surrounding the Ash Twin project if I really could never go in there? I mean, this stuff here looks exactly like... Okay, it looks very, very similar, these little sparkly rocks, to the material we saw looking out from inside the Ash Twin project using the projection stone. So I'm pretty sure this is the same material. We know this material came from Timber Hearth originally. I don't know that that helps us at all. I wonder if the Nomai were the people that made Ash Twin so sandy. Because they presumably mined out the entire planet so that they could put this hard material over the surface. Oh, the sun's going. I could go back to the mine on Timber Hearth, I suppose. But that all supposes that I'm going to be able to find a physical way into the Ash Twin project, which I doubt. Also, as elegant as a solution it sounds, I'm doubtful about this idea of getting the warp core to warp itself out of the Ash Twin project. So I don't see why the Nomai would have set up the Ash Twin project in such a way that such a remote command could be sent to the warp core. Let's look at the ship's log again. Actually, let's look at the ship's log for Ash Twin. The central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. The Nomai planned to construct technology capable of producing a 22-minute negative time interval on Ash Twin. Every memory recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within Ash Twin. An advanced warp core was approved for installation in the central chamber of Ash Twin. Maybe I can never go in there. Maybe it's a question mark because the inside is unknowable. But if that were the case, how would I get to the eye? I know the warp core on the vessel is completely broken. Where's the vessel? I found the derelict Nomai vessel deep within Dark Bramble. The vessel's warp core is long dead. I activated a three-sided pillar on the vessel's bridge that appears to be some sort of input device. The Nomai tried to call for help, but the vessel's outgoing message system broke during the crash. The vessel can still hear incoming messages from other Nomai vessels. The remaining Nomai clans are regrouping in response to the impending death of the universe. Oh, so that's why they had that. That's why one of the messages on the ship was this message about them having disappeared many generations ago. I did think that was odd. I found a recording of the original signal the Nomai encountered from the Eye of the Universe. The Nomai were worried the signal might disappear, so they warped before they could tell another clan where they were going. Alright, let's think about this logically. Let's suppose I can't get into the Ash Twin project to take their warp core. Because there were other problems with this idea of sticking a warp core in the vessel, namely that it's trapped inside Dark Bramble. So let's assume I can't do that. I have the coordinates. What I don't have, as far as I'm aware, is a way to turn coordinates into a location. I'd almost say maybe if I went back to the vessel and entered the coordinates on their computer there, it would give me more information. But the trouble is, we've tried that before. And the fact the ship's log doesn't indicate that there's anything more to be learned from the vessel. Let's try it anyway. The problem is, I don't know of anywhere else in the solar system, or anywhere in this game, where we can type in Nomai coordinates specifically. Maybe I don't need a warp core. Maybe I would just need a power source. No, the ship already has a little bit of power, doesn't it? I was thinking maybe all I need is like a power source that could give the ship just enough power that it could partially operate, but it can already partially operate. Duplicate signal, which one do I take? That's a very good question. That's probably going to be the direct route, the most direct route. Don't move, anglerfish. Right, we keep completely still. Unfortunately, we do have to wait a short while to get far away from those anglerfish that they're not going to come after us. But I think we should be able to go straight to the vessel from here. I think the next seed we travel through should take us there. There's the anglerfish eggs. We never did find out how there were anglerfish both in Dark Bramble and on Ember Twin, did we? Goodbye. And I think we're good. Right, there's the vessel. Yeah, I have real doubts that this would ever be space-worthy again, so perhaps trying to grab their warp core wasn't such a great idea. Not their warp core, grab the warp core from the Ash Twin project and then... Ow. And then stick it in this ship. I don't know, just like, why would the developers have bothered to let us pick up the broken warp core if we could do nothing with it? I never figured out what this was about either, did I? Right, that's a projection of the Eye of the Universe. Felix, I'm recording now. I've never encountered anything like this. The signal the vessel is receiving appears to be older than the universe itself. This is our first contact with anything of this nature. Everyone, prepare to warp immediately. Eskel, wait. I need more time to send an outgoing message. Shouldn't we tell another clown where we're going? We can send the message upon our arrival. This extraordinary signal appeared suddenly. It may disappear just as quickly, and we can't lose a discovery this incredible. Focus on preparing for the warp instead. I understand. Anona, is the vessel ready to warp to the signal's approximate coordinates? The warp core is powered, but this will be a significant jump. Afterward, we'll need to recharge the core. That shouldn't create a problem, provided we arrive at or near the signal source. Everyone, we're ready to warp. Right, I never found out what pulling the orb back here does. Does it do something down there? Where we just were? Not that I can tell. Not that I can tell. I mean, the only other sensible thing for it to do would be to activate warp. But that's not much use without a working warp core. And the only warp core we know of in existence is inside the Ash Twin project, which we're pretty sure is sealed off. I've got a bad feeling I'm not going to be doing it tonight, I'm afraid. Right, let's enter those coordinates. Oh dear. Right. There. 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 Oh dear. There. Oh no. Hang on, let me reposition myself. There we go, this should be easier now. There. No. There. Right, let's go back down to the area we were before. Has the hologram changed at all? No. No new information there then. And if I move this, oh dear. No, the coordinates are correct, don't change them. If I put this here, nothing. If I put that there, nothing. What if I put the warp core back in even though it's broken? It's not clear how the warp core broke actually. Nothing. Let's think about this logically. If this is indeed the only location in the game where I can know my coordinates, then this must be the place where I'm supposed to enter the coordinates that I found. The fact that we can interact with the warp core at all suggests that it can be replaced. I mean, I still can't help but think that trying to warp this ship out of here while it's stranded here, you know, actually inside Bramble is probably not a great idea, but I mean, what's the alternative? What's the alternative? Oh, that was well timed. And while it has holes in itself. I take it there's no other way in here, is there? I'm not sure I've ever properly checked all sides. Oops. Hang on, I'm gonna have to repair this right now. The ship's not responding very well. Well, the port thruster bank being on 0% would certainly explain the problems I was having there. Oh, blimey, I guess that's what a warp engine looks like. Or is that the back? Hard to say, hard to say. Is that another escape pod? That didn't get anywhere. Looks like it, doesn't it? I'm not sure we can even get in there to have a look. Or is that built into the ship? I think... Oh, is that the bridge? That might be the bridge, but then that... No, that's got to be the bridge, surely. Huh. I don't know. It looks like it has multiple fronts. Perhaps the whole idea of... having a front and a back and sides doesn't make much sense when you're travelling interstellar with a warp core. Well, suffice to say, I have not found another way in. No. Alright, let's reset. So assuming I was right, that I need to get a replacement warp core. The only warp core we know about is in the Ash Twin project. I'd need to physically be there. I'd need to be able to get in there and out of there. Warping in and out would work, but we have no evidence that A, warping through solid matter like that would work. And that's true. We know we can warp through gaseous matter because we've landed on we've warped into planets with an atmosphere. But we don't know if it would work through solid matter. And even if it did, we found no evidence of such a warp point. Right, let's head into the mining site again. If we know if we can find out more about the material that they used, perhaps we can figure out how to defeat it. Wait, what? Is this not the place? Look at your ship log and you can see what you need to check out if you're having a hard time finding something to explore. Oh yeah, I did go the wrong way. I see the way in now. The only things I haven't explored are the Quantum Moon and the Ash Twin project, excluding DLC stuff. I assume the Interloper stuff is DLC, due to its location and the fact that it doesn't link up to anything else. Absolutely everything else I've done. So unless going to the Quantum Moon is the next step, then I just don't know. But that does imply that I'm not supposed to go back to the mine and figure out anything about the material they used. Only the dark blue coloured thing is DLC. Oh! Hang on. That would mean that I should seriously consider investigating the Interloper more, but I was defeated by ghost matter. I had no way through it. I conjectured much earlier on in this stream that maybe someone in the village has investigated ghost matter and can provide me with a way to get through it. I mean, there was no evidence of that when I was last in Timberhearth, when I was doing the tutorial section. But I mean, who else could possibly assist with that? The problem when I was inside the Interloper was that I made it quite deep inside it, but then I reached a section where I couldn't progress because there was just a sheet of ghost matter. Danger. Inside this fence is a pocket of ghost matter, a strange and dangerous substance that's invisible to the naked eyes. The good news is that you can detect ghost matter with a camera. Moving through ghost matter is uniquely painful and will probably kill you. Don't complain to me if you hurt yourself fooling around here. Hornfells. Yeah, I'll demonstrate exactly what I mean once I get back to my ship. And let me get rid of the mark on the vessel. Right, let's go. So I need to find the Interloper. Found it. That was easy. Oh, this autopilot is so convenient. I've only really started using the autopilot a lot this stream, and it is so much nicer than having to try and fly everywhere manually. Can I turn around while the autopilot's on? Yeah, it looks like it. That's useful. Right, now as usual, we need to wait for the ghost matter to... Sorry, not the ghost matter, the ice to melt. How long is that likely to take? Are we heading towards the sun? We're heading towards the sun. No, we're heading away from the sun. I'm pretty sure that means we missed the first window of opportunity. I'm actually going to reset. I suspect it will be faster for me to reset and then get in there during the first window of opportunity than it would be to wait for the Interloper to loop all the way round. Could be wrong. My recollection was that the Interloper was heading towards the sun at the beginning of the loop. Oops. Oh no, I've never done that before. I may actually be stuck here. I am. Oh, I can... No, maybe? I think I've actually got myself stuck. Oh dear. Sorry about that. At least we won't have to wait long for all the memories to replay. Right, third time's the charm. Right, we're on board. Up we go. Where's that interloper? Is that the interloper? Yeah, the interloper's heading round. Pretty sure that's the interloper over there. Okay, it would be a bad idea to lock onto the interloper, or it would be a bad time to it would be a bad idea to autopilot to the interloper until I'm past the sun, I would suggest. Why is lock on not working? I don't know. Guess we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Oh dear. Oh, it's doing it again. I can't lock onto anything. This happened to me once before. I don't know what causes it. And that's not me autopiloting. That's I went outside of the system. Yeah, autopilot. Sorry, locking on just isn't working. Oh, okay, that's going to make this even harder. I'll have to do it by eye. As best I can. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Wait, is the ice already receding? No, I think we're good. Oh, I don't think we can complain about that at all, given that I had to do that without any assistance at all. Goodness me. Right. And, as I suspected, we've nearly reached the sun. Oh, there goes the ice. Down we go. No, not back onto the ship. Right, let's go. So, I'm in the interloper. There's ghost matter everywhere. I can't, for example... I think my ship's gone. Oh well. I can't go this way, for example. Clearly ghost matter there. That's the way I came. So my only option is to go this way. We then end up over here. There's ghost matter down there. In fact, the easiest way to demonstrate that is going to be to chuck a probe. There we go. So as that goes, hazard. It's gone through ghost matter. Hazard. It's gone through ghost matter. As it goes down here, hazard. Gone through ghost matter. Fortunately, that doesn't happen if it goes down here. In fact, I already know that to be the case, so we'll just follow it. So this tunnel's safe. Then we end up in this central area. And here's the rub. This whole area is completely full of ghost matter. I've tried to jump down there several times. Every time I die before I hit the bottom. Interestingly, the ship's log did get updated with whatever the entry would be for when we land down the bottom there. Because there's an entry about having found some bodies, some Nomai bodies at the inside the interloper, which I've never actually found, but apparently the player's body falling through there is enough to trigger the event. Imagine if you didn't have the meditation there and needed to wait 22 minutes. Oh, that's what I've been having to do a lot until you pointed out about the meditation. Throw your scout and check if it's safe or not. So you can't go down, try all other directions. Well, the problem is I've just ruled out all possible directions. I can't go down this way, and there's no other path around here. Hang on. No, no. Ow. That hurt. Huh. So I can actually survive a little bit of ghost matter, can I? Maybe that's the trick. Okay, let's try something slightly different. Let's, let's take photos as it goes down and see how substantial the ghost matter is. That may be survivable. That looks like the same place, though. I'm receiving much stronger energy readings now that we're beneath the crust. Whatever it is, it must lie somewhere below, closer to the comet centre, and I'm starting to think it's more dangerous than we realised. Clary, can you hear us? Yes, but your voices are faint. I fear we'll lose communication entirely if you continue any deeper. Keep the shuttle warm for us, Clary. We'll return the moment we identify the source of the energy readings. I understand, but be cautious, both of you. I have something, a tiny bit of a spoiler that would help you a bunch. I may ask you in a moment then. I want to try and make it through here. I think my health is too low right now. I may have to come back down here. Ow. Did I survive? I survived. Right, I've never been down here before. Interesting. No ghost matter yet. Wait, what? How? Sorry, I'm trying to get it into photo mode. There we go. Wait, this is where I was before. No. So this one's the safe one, isn't it? Safe-ish. Oh yeah, I can see how they link up now. No, please. No. Well, that's that. Interesting. So we know one of the directions links back around. Right, let's go back to the interloper. I hope the lock-on will work this time. It'll be a shame if it doesn't. Returning to the solar system, but I haven't even reached the interloper yet. There's the interloper. Where am I? Wait, what? That's not the interloper, is it? May I say that small bit of knowledge? Just a second. I want to get back to the interloper. There's the interloper. And lock-on's working. Wonderful. And despite my going off in the wrong direction, we should be able to get there in ample time. So I'll be honest, the main thing that's making me not want to ask for the little bit of knowledge right now is the fact that I feel like if the game had told me, then I should have picked up on it, and it feels like if I take the help, then I'm missing out on figuring it out myself. Wait, are we over the ice? I think so. Let me double check. Yep, that's over the ice. Right, now we just need to wait to get close enough to the sun, which will be very, very soon. It's not really knowledge, more of how they decided to make a thing in the game. Goodbye, ship. It's not said in the game. How they decided to make something. Makes me think it's got something to do with mechanics. Right, so you go back there. And does this also loop round to the same point? Yeah. And these two both loop round to the same point. This is just a safe way to go. Oh, careful now. Hello. That wouldn't happen to be useful, would it? Oh dear. I've not been up here before. This could be what I was missing the whole time. Well, it certainly looks promising, doesn't it? Oh no, I'm gonna have to make sure I travel in the right direction, aren't I? Let's hope I can go slowly enough that I can actually keep up with this. Right. Right side. Left side. Can you imagine actually doing this in real life? It would be terrifying. Is that another choice coming up? No, no. No! I will not go down there. Up there, maybe? Ow. That hurt. But we made it through. What? Oh, is that a Nomai body? Did we find a Nomai body on Ash Twin as well? Why was there a Nomai body buried there? And in their full clothes, not turned into a skeleton. That's a Nomai, yes. I think we know who that was. It was the Nomai that stayed on the ship and then went after the others. The other two that had already been there. I've just forgotten her name. Looks like I can safely descend here. Oh, there's no gravity. That's convenient. Oh, it might not be. It could be the two original ones. Breakthrough. The spherical stone casing here seems to be the source of the energy readings. No, rather the source is what's within the stone. I'm detecting some form of exotic matter. The stone is muting our energy readings. There should be 10 times what we're seeing at least. Pi, I don't think we want this matter interacting with us. As far as I can tell, direct contact with it would almost certainly be fatal. That was Poke. Pi, I've never encountered anything like this casing, but it's all that's protecting us from what's inside. Worse still, this matter is disturbingly volatile. Pi, whatever the matter inside this stone casing is, it's more than just profoundly unstable. It's under tons of pressure. Look at this density scan. I've never seen anything as tightly compacted before. What is this? This is orders of magnitude worse than I'd imagined. If this stone were to rupture, the lethal matter within would rapidly expand, completely blanketing the star system almost instantaneously. And the pressure is still building as the comet approaches the star system. Return to the shuttle right now. The rest of our friends need to know they're in terrible danger. Leave your equipment and run. What are you doing, Pi? The more we know about this alien matter, the better our chance of survival. I'll learn what I can here. Go. Warn the others. Maybe they can construct a shelter somehow. Now, Poke. The thing I wanted to say was that you don't need any information or item to get here. Just find the way. Find. I see. Ooh. That's interesting. Interesting shoes. So I assume they're all peppered in crystals because whatever was down here exploded? Still doesn't explain the ghost matter. So this is the ruptured core. There's not really that much here though. No, I was just thinking that. This certainly hasn't given me a straightforward way to get into Ash Twin. I also don't much fancy my chances of getting out of here. But we've seen so many of the Nomai settlements where it's covered in this material, but not the entire solar system. We've even found it inside Brittle Hollow from what I recall. So an explosion from here, it doesn't follow how that would have killed all the Nomai. Unless it was homing on them or something. Which would be odd. Again, sorry for my misspellings. As I said earlier, my autocorrect is not making it easier. That's perfectly fine. No need to apologise. I appreciate your company, misspellings or otherwise. I'm just doing a thorough check to make sure there's nothing here I've missed. I don't think so. Oh, is that the supernova coming? No, I think we were just approaching the star. Okay, let's reset. Again, no closer to the interior of Ash Twin. Blimey. Quantum Moon's very close this time. I still see no sign of a shrine, though. Shrine on its north pole, they say. Right, did we discover everything there? The Nomai traces strange energy readings to a spherical stone casing filled with some form of exotic matter. They determined the exotic matter was both lethal and under extreme pressure. If the stone were to rupture, the exotic matter within would rapidly expand, completely blanketing the solar system almost instantaneously. One of the Nomai stayed behind to examine the alien matter, while the other rushed back to the surface to warn the rest of the Nomai. Maybe this is supposed to be the canonical reason they all died. It's just a bit hard to believe. Like they said, the ghost matter would disappear very, very slowly. That was at the very start of the game, back in the village. Maybe the idea is that the entire solar system was uninhabitable for a long time? Then why didn't our ancestors die out? Because they were underwater? Does water protect against this stuff? It's unclear. The Ash Twin puzzle is really hard, so no pressure. So yeah, we've fully explored that. So all that's left is the Quantum Moon and the Ash Twin project. The central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. The Nomai planned to construct technology capable of producing a 22-minute negative time interval on Ash Twin. Every memory recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within Ash Twin. An advanced warp core was approved for installation in the central chamber of Ash Twin. I still have no idea. Aside from my idea before, go back to the mine and check if I can find any information about the substance they were mining. I have a tiny thing to say about the Quantum Moon. Will solving the Quantum Moon help me with the Ash Twin puzzle? Because if it won't, it can always wait. Not really. Yeah, so I'll probably do the Quantum Moon afterwards. Oh dear. There may be ghost matter here, I should be careful. Ow! Usually I get a warning. Not that time, apparently. I mean, I know there was the visuals of all the crystals, but I mean more specifically, the game usually tells you there is ghost matter nearby, and it didn't this time. Sorry, I got a bit confused there. Ow. I wondered if there was something on the other side of the waterfall, but I don't think there is. There's another skeletal Nomai. So why did they die? And why did the other Nomai bodies not turn to skeletons? Nothing to digest their flesh, possibly? I'm still amazed by how much ore the Ash Twin project requires. Isn't this all for the remaining towers being built on Ash Twin? The completed towers I've seen are quite large. No, the material for those towers is all being taken from Ash Twin. The ore we're mining will be used to craft an immensely thick protective shell that will physically seal off the chamber inside Ash Twin's core. If they're sealing off all entrances, I hope they've planned accordingly. I thought you had forbidden your apprentice from making puns, Collius. How else would he improve? I'm relieved by our clan's decision to use Timber Half's ore only for constructing the shell. If eventually life on this planet were to evolve to the point of advanced metallurgy, I'm confident we won't have destroyed their ability to create. So yeah, that confirms pretty much what we already knew. Doesn't tell me how to get through, though. The whole plan accordingly, though, point. Quite. What's their backup plan if they need to get in there? Or is there none? So that's where we want to get to. Any clues here? My gratitude for the latest shipment. Ueno, this ore should be the last we need for the Ash Twin project. Once we finish the shell that seals off the central chamber, we'll check to ensure there are no longer any physical entrances. Romy and I will be checking the interior and then exterior for cracks, our final safety check. This is exciting news. Can I offer an extra set of eyes for this final check, specifically mine? If my work here is complete, I'd be delighted to help. We'd be grateful if you would. The more eyes the better, as the smallest flaw opening the shell that protects the Ash Twin project could lead to disaster. See, that's more evidence that I'm not supposed to be able to get in there physically. But if I'm not supposed to get in there physically, how am I supposed to get in there? Like, the only thing you would think that might work two things might work, actually. Thing number one would be one of the warp reception coils, the black hole white hole pairings. Oh dear. That might work. Oh look, it's the same type of rock. Just as I suppose you'd expect. It looks almost like it sparkles, almost like there are stars there. The other thing that might work, now I think about it, is if we could quantum tunnel in there. If it were possible to quantum tunnel in there, then I'd expect if I fly right up to Ash Twin and give it a good listen on the signal scope at the quantum fluctuations frequency, I'd expect something to show up. Nothing. Oh dear. Oh, we're falling. That's fine. I mean, it doesn't say there's more to discover here, though, does it? Then again, it doesn't say that on the Quantum Moon, either. It just says that we haven't been in there. Because we don't know what it looks like on the inside. There's a lot of hints in the game telling us that this thing has been very well physically sealed off. No one's getting in there physically. But I'd need to physically get the warp core out. You need to do some hard to do logic thinking. And use the information you have been given. Yeah, every indication is that I can't go in there physically. If I assume there's no way to warp in there, because we found no corresponding place to warp from. If I assume... Unless I could somehow reprogram one of the what they called the warp senders, unless I could reprogram one of them with a projection coil or something. No, that doesn't make sense, because we know that we know that the positioning... We were given that hint earlier about how the warp reception coils don't have to line up. The warp sender and the warp reception... Sorry, not coil, I've forgotten what they're called. The warp sender and the warp receiver don't have to line up exactly. They only have to be within 5 degrees. So in theory, any warp sender that's pointing at the Hourglass Twins could, in theory, take me into the center of the planet. Provided there was a reception coil there, a reception point there. You've been there, but only by the liquid on the ground, using the plates or something. So you know you can physically be there. I don't count that as physically being there, because it's a projection tablet. Sorry, it's a projection pool which you use a projection tablet on. So you're just seeing what's inside there, like a camera, is my perception, is my interpretation. One thing that's unclear... We could test this, actually. I've just had an idea for an experiment. Yes, I've had an idea for an experiment. this isn't going to directly get us into into Ash Twin, but it may give us some useful information. You gave me the idea, Grumpy Monk, when you said about via the liquid on the ground, and it occurred to me something that I hadn't thought of before. When I'm using those projection pulls, maybe my physical form is in fact made out of liquid. As in the form that I see there. I hadn't thought of that before. I kind of assumed that, oh, maybe it's just like my imagination. My psyche is imagining a body there because it's used to having a body there or something. But you're right, there might actually be a physical component to it. So here's my thought. Let's find ourselves one of those projection tablets to begin with. I think it's this way, if I recall correctly. Could be wrong. And we want a projection tablet for somewhere that we can physically go. That'll do. Right, where on Giant's Deep is this? Right, it's that facility. The facility where they were building the parts for the probe launcher. Right. So, next stop is that facility. So we're off to Giant's Deep, which is conveniently close. Oh blimey, that was very convenient. We came out of the atmosphere right next to where we wanted to be. So, the experiment. I'm going to use this projection coil, not projection coil, projection tablet, at the same projection pool that it's meant for, and see what happens. No, it just doesn't work. Because I can't see any liquid in here. I wanted to see if I could determine whether we actually have a physical form. But it looks like I'm completely out of luck. That's not going to work. What would have worked even better is if I'd had two projection pools right next to each other. So I could have observed myself. But never mind, that didn't work. So the problem with thinking I'm going to warp into the middle of Ash Twin is that we don't currently have a means to warp without there already being a reception coil. The destinations are fixed, and I have no reason to believe there's a reception coil in there. Certainly when we were looking in there didn't appear to be. May I make things more clear that you already technically know? I know I should say yes, it's just I really want to figure this out after having spent so long on it. Usually I'm not this stubborn. I'm trying to help you, not tell you the answer. I understand. Is that the ship repaired? Yeah, it looks like it. I just can't help but think the point they raised about reception coils only having to be lined up within 5 degrees is probably relevant, because we haven't used that knowledge yet, and that the game even bothered to put that into the oh, goodbye ship. The game even bothered to put that into the ship's log. The fact that the somewhere or other we read the fact that the warp senders and receivers, the white hole, black hole teleporters, they only have to be lined up within about 5 degrees to the destination. They don't have to be lined up precisely. That's what makes me wonder if there's some way I can warp myself into the planet. Because the point is, I wouldn't have to line it up exactly. The existing warp senders would work. Please help you a tiny bit. Oh, in a moment, let me mull this one over just a little bit more. let you cook, but tell me when it's my turn. The problem is, there would be no way to tell it that I want to go to a different place. So there is this idea of charging these reception coils. I keep calling them reception coils, I'm not sure why. These reception pads. I can't read the ones on the inside, can I? No. To see what some of the other messages are that it could produce. Where's my ship? My ship actually ended up over here. I just had an idea for another experiment. Unfortunately, it's gone supernova. What happens if the reception coil is already charged when I step onto the... Sorry, the reception pad is already charged when I step onto the sender? Because I could very easily make that happen with the Hourglass twins. Try the eject button. I'll give it a go at some point. It may be after I've got into Ash Twin, though. Right. So, time for an experiment. Ah! So here's a theory, it's only a theory. Supposing if the reception coil was already charged when I step onto the... When I step onto the pad that's supposed to send me... Supposing that broke the reception coil because it got overcharged or something, could I use that to my advantage in some way? I don't know. Now I believe you said that there was a way I could fast forward using campfires, so perhaps now's the time to find out. Oh dear. Electrical systems. Excellent. yeah. I don't know how much time I want to pass. Useful that. Wish I'd known about it before. Oh, more time than that, clearly. Very little's been revealed. Then again, we know that the game resets every 22 minutes, isn't it? So I guess this is supposed to be seconds and minutes? Sorry, 22 hours, isn't it? So that's probably minutes and hours. We'll try 4 hours then. And see how we get on. About 5 to 6 minutes. Alright, I'll try the eject button. Hang on. Yeah, I've got my suit on. Wonderful. Well, that's not much help. Worth it, right? Well, I don't know about that. Honestly, it was a bit of an inconvenience. Still, at least we'll respawn next to a fire. Still, I learned one useful thing. If I use the eject button, then my ship is ruined. Sleep for 6 minutes, that's what I'm thinking. It's also a good point in general. If I'm going to be manipulating Ash Twin, how many ways can I manipulate it? Like the planet itself. What could I possibly do to it? And I suppose interacting with its various warp towers is one of the very few things I can do. It's quite impressive how Hearthians can go to sleep at any point and can do it for an exact number of minutes. I really want to help, but you're stopping me from. I know. I'm just feeling so stubborn at this point, because I've been running up against... I've been playing this game for a long time, and although I may not have been trying to solve this exact problem the entire time, it is a problem I've been aware of for a while. I don't want... I want to solve it without help if I at all can. I don't know if I will be able to. I don't think I'm going to get there quite in time. Ow. I think I just missed my opportunity there. If you post this one YouTube clip away and remove the part where I help you, everyone will think you did it yourself. I'm not bothered by what people think. This is my own stubbornness. This wants a scroll. Why does that want a scroll? Is that the key? Is that how I get inside? If I put the right scroll in there, do I end up at inside instead of outside? Why is there a scroll there? Hang on, I just realised a problem. I actually do need my ship to end up wrong way on the other side. If it wants a scroll, then look for a scroll. Oh, found it. That was easy. There is a slim chance I read this much earlier on in the game, I don't recall. Friends visiting from the Hanging City, we are planning the Ash Twin project at the High Energy Lab on Ember Twin's equator. I became lost on Ember Twin, my gratitude that Rami found me, but the High Energy Lab is the building with the large solar panels. I'm surprised I didn't see it. I imagine our otherwise immensely clever Conai would lose his own head if it weren't anatomically impossible. That wasn't much help, sadly. Right, I need to be quite quick here. I need to land the ship somewhere where it will get sucked up and then also board. What am I saying? Also get into the right. Get in here in time. No! Please. Let's go, let's go! Oh, that's unfortunate. Guess we're waiting for the next one. That's not the best place for the ship to have landed, I have to say. Oh well, we'll deal with that when we get to it. If you feel stuck, check to see if the eject button does something different this time. Is there particularly a reason I can go here, I wonder? The fact that there is a point here to send the player, but it lines up with nothing, I find very, very odd. I mean, these two towers I thought were supposed to represent the Hourglass Twins, but that would mean that that one represents the Hourglass Twin we're already on. Perhaps that's the key. Perhaps I'm supposed to use that to get there. How, though? It would be the most logical... If it were as simple as warping in, this would be what you would expect. This is how you'd expect to do it. Hang on. But if I'm going down, would that mean I'd want to be on the other side of this? Oh, no time. We can follow that line of thinking shortly. You're cooking. I'd have to go back this way for the ship anyway. Oh, thank goodness. For a moment I thought it wasn't going to let me do that. There's the ship. Hopefully it's not too badly broken. And it's not buried, which is the important thing. Oh, it didn't do too badly actually. Okay. Autopilot's not working for some reason. We'll just have to live with that. Nearly there. I think you have a chance at figuring it out. Yeah, now I think about it, especially with the Know My Body there, it is almost as if the game's really trying to tell me to pay close attention to that particular pair of towers. Right, let's park the... ship over... No. Let's park the ship over here. This'll do. It doesn't have to be at the very top. I'm only putting it here at all, so I don't have to worry about it suddenly ending up on Ember Twin. You're extremely close, yet so far away. Right, Know My Body here. They've got some sort of tile in their hand, but I don't recognise that tile. It's not like it's one of those projection plates. And I can't pick it up. Now, if I was going down, you'd think I'd want to be on the other side of that. I don't know if there is a way down into the into that tower from the other side. Doesn't look like it. I'm sure this is trying to tell me something. I mean, it's a broken tile. I mean, I guess tiles could fit in there, maybe? No, the other one doesn't have them, so that's unlikely. I want to say it so badly. Is that broken? I'm gonna need to hide in here anyway. No, it looks the same. I mean, for all intents and purposes, this looks like it should be functional. But we've stood on here before for an entire... No, we haven't done it for an entire time loop, have we? We stood on here for an entire day, in-game day. So one revolution of Ash Twin. Let me compare that to the other side again. Yeah, they are very similar. Is it possible this will only work at the point of the supernova? You'd assume not. You'd assume that the interior would be destroyed by the supernova. And even if it wasn't, what would I then do? My ship would certainly be destroyed. There's cacti in here? But I mean, there's cacti all over the place. I'm not sure I'm supposed to conclude anything from that. Oh, we have some sort of little controller in our hand. I wonder. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Let me back. Well, this is suboptimal. I'm surprised I got back, to be honest. Could what I'm missing be to do with the puzzle I never solved on Brittle Hollow? Oh my goodness, you're so close. Is that the Whitehole Station? It lines up with the Whitehole Station, I think. Is that the Whitehole Station? Ow. I think that is. You need to get this stream. Sorry, you need to get this stream. You're so close. Because on Brittle Hollow there was that... I never figured out how to get to the... Oh, more than one thing lines up here. That's a shame. Odd that the moon would also line up exactly. What was I thinking? On Brittle Hollow, I never figured out how to get to the Black Hole Forge except via the ship. But there was a reception coil there, but the reception coil appeared to point at the black hole. And so I was confused, because we know the black hole takes you to the Whitehole Station. Which was odd. Actually, I never thought of this before. That might be much simpler It may simply be that there was a sender that was on the exact opposite side of the black hole that I never found. I want to investigate that quickly, just to clarify that point. May I say something small that will help you? Basically give it away, but please. I realise that was a really dumb reason why I should. I really want to try and figure this out, and I know this is suboptimal, but if I end up having to finish this off next stream, then so be it. Where was I going to go? I wanted to investigate the Brittle Hollow situation, didn't I? Just briefly. I want to clarify what was going on with that reception coil inside the planet. Not the reception pad. Reception pad inside the planet, because that's the only other time we've witnessed one of those. Like I say, the solution may end up being trivial, but, you know, it may, and have nothing whatsoever to do with solving the problem on Ember Twin, but I want to check. Oh, I have a theory. I wonder if, when it comes to Brittle Hollow, there was a point that would send you at the Southern Observatory? Ten words would give it away, you're so close. Where's the thingamabob? Oh dear, that was a bit close for comfort. There it is, that's the way in. Right. Wow, that scout can really shift when it needs to, can't it? Right, if there were a reception coil that could take me there, sorry, a sender, and it's not the black hole, it would have to be diametrically opposed to the scout I just placed. Do you get angry at me when I keep saying that when I keep mentioning your accomplishments or saying that you're making progress? I'm not getting angry, no. Certainly, I think that can be taken too far, because enough hints along the lines of hot, hot, cold, cold, hot, hot, you know, in terms of how close you are to solving it could give it away, but no, I'm not angry. And I don't think you've crossed the, I don't think you've given too much away yet either. Do you get angry at me when I keep saying that? Or accomplished, you're making progress. Oh, I see what you mean, I think. It's nice to know I'm making progress, but I don't want too much assistance, if that makes sense. I reckon the Southern Observatory probably is opposite. Do I remember the fastest way into the Southern Observatory? I think the answer to that is an unequivocal... an unequivocal no. So I'll just make any way in. And see how I get on. That's fine, Grumping Monk. Sorry I misread it. Southern Observatory. So presumably I need to go this way. Do I want to take either of those? Not really. By the way, when I've said you're close, I mean overall, not like that what you're currently doing is close. I see. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a straightforward way over there from here. So I'm probably going to have to go back and find another way in. The gravity cannon's a good point to go from, isn't it? There probably is a faster way, but I seem to remember the gravity cannon connects fairly directly to the crossroads, and from the crossroads you can get to the Southern Observatory. Just cheering you. Where do be that gravity cannon? There it is. Right, I get the feeling I'm going to have to be careful about not overusing my jetpack fuel. How do I get down? Right. If I recall correctly, the Southern Observatory is in that direction. Southern Observatory. Excellent. Let's hope we can still get there. Well, I hope this works. I think we want that way. I don't know why, I just have this vague recollection that that was the correct way to go. Down this way, I assume? Looks likely. And now I have to go up, do I? No, that doesn't make sense. There's nothing there. Oh dear. Aha! Sorry, I was misreading the direction that went in. Where to from here, though? I feel like I'm close. Would you promise to try the eject button again after you manage to get an Astrid project for me, please? Yes, I'll do the, I can't promise it'll be tonight, but yes, I will. I'm a little confused. I don't see the way to the Southern Observatory from here. Ah! That was it. Sorry. I know it wasn't that long ago that I was at the Southern Observatory, but it's long enough that I forgot the path. Whoa, hang on, hang on, hang on. No, please. Game, have mercy. I know. It'll probably be fastest if I restart that. So I know what I'm doing. Go to the North Pole, put down the... No, yes, go to the North Pole, put down the scout. In fact, is there any point? No, there's no point putting the scout down. I've already decided I'm going to search at the Southern Observatory for a way through. Because that should be approximately opposite the place I'm trying to get to, the reception pad. So if I go straight to Brittle Hollow this time, and then I go straight to the gravity blimey. Autopilot didn't do a very good job that time, did it? I hope it's not going to take off without me. Headlights. This is really silly, but I'm curious. Can I get burned by my own ship? Hang on, I'd need to be in the spacesuit, wouldn't I? So I actually have jetpack. It would appear not. Well, now we know. Sorry, I'll get on with it now. So we're looking for the gravity cannon. And we do not want to crash into that. Oh, you've got to go. Okay, I'll be wrapping up very soon. It's very late for me as well. I don't usually stream this long. So you're aware, next Outer Worlds stream will be Monday from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. Oh, it was lovely having your company. Thank you for joining me. Obviously, there's no pressure for you to come next time. I just wanted to make sure you knew. Since you seemed invested. Oh, that's very nice of you. I'm just gonna... No, come on. All I will do is I will attempt to see if I can do the find the other route to the reception pad near the Black Hole Forge, and then I'm going to wrap up tonight. Anyway, yeah, it was lovely for you to join me. Thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful I hope you have a restful night. Where is Brittle Hollow? There it is. And it happened again. Right, just looking for the gravity cannon. There it is. Ow. Right, let's go. Right, hopefully no more mistakes. Off we go. Oh, interesting. So there would have been two options previously, but one of them was destroyed by the collapsing of Brittle Hollow's outer shell. Right, this is where I went wrong before, wasn't it? I failed to span the gap. And I fell. Ow. Well, the important thing is I didn't fall. Right, where was it from here? There, wasn't it? Excellent. Just in case. Right, I don't see anywhere here to transport us from. I'll check up the top. Probably shouldn't be using up all of my jetpack fuel, really. Nope, I don't see anything here. Oh, look at that. A table. Stone table. Right, where does this let me see into? Giant's Deep. Oh yeah, we're familiar, aren't we? How do I get back down? Or don't I? Oh dear, I may have made life rather difficult for myself. That's not my ship. Unhelpfully enough. Right, we'll drop by the ship, refuel, and have one final look. Because the pad I was looking for may have been in the area just before you reach the Southern Observatory. I really should have searched that area more thoroughly. Ow. Hang on, which way am I going? This way. Good. Right, let's be as speedy as we reasonably can. No. Good. Huh. Both possible, or both possibilities still exist. More evidence that Brittle Hollow collapses in a non-deterministic manner. Right. Whoa, nearly went the wrong way. Right, let's have a good look around. Ghost matter? Don't like the sound of that. Am I gonna get ghost mattered? Yep. I may have made life very difficult for myself. I'm gonna be honest. No, I got away with it just. Guess that's another path to the Southern Observatory then. No, I can't find any evidence. Of a way over to the Black Hole Forge from here, even though we should be opposite it. Although if it did exist, it'd be on the ceiling, wouldn't it? That's a very good point, it would. And yet I can see no evidence for that. Where does this go? Oh, is that the way we came? Never mind. Where does this go then? Back to the crossroads, probably. Still no sign of anything on the ceiling. Oh well. Guess we'll call it there for tonight. So I hope you enjoyed it. Certainly a long one. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, and that will be This War of Mine. I'll be returning to This War of Mine, starting a new game. And that will probably continue for Saturday streams for a while, since I want to try and at least finish the game once. Then on Monday, we'll be continuing with the Outer Wilds. And then next Friday, it'll either be more Outer Wilds if I'm still playing, or it will be whatever game I start after that. Probably Chants of Sennaar or Journey, one or the other. I'm not sure which. But yeah, that's my current plan. Thank you for joining me, everybody that did. Oh yeah, and if for any reason my streaming schedule... I knew I was forgetting something. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads. And I would also announce it on our Discord server. So once again, thank you for coming, everybody, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night!